Chapter 1136. Early in the morning, in front of the gate of the Zhuge clan. The Zhuge clan was holding a funeral these few days. There were white flowers at the gate, and the whole street outside the gate was filled with baskets of white flowers. It was quite a spectacular sight. It snowed heavily for a whole month and only stopped today. There were still sporadic snowflakes falling from the sky, and the sky was still gloomy. The guards were dressed in hemp clothes with hemp ropes around their waists. There were white flowers pinned on their chests, and they looked sorrowful. There was a solemn atmosphere between heaven and earth. There were cries in the inner court. Today was the day of the funeral of the dozens of supreme martial artists who had died. At this moment, the guards' eyes moved, and they revealed a look of surprise. In the distance, there was a sea of white flowers, and a black-clothed man was walking towards them confidently. He was alone, but he was so conspicuous. The white snow and the white flowers were like a sea. The world was snow-white, but suddenly there was a touch of black. The two guards were surprised. The people who came and went these few days, even if they were from other clans, were all dressed in white. It was as if there was only white left between heaven and earth. Why was there still someone dressed in black coming at this time? The black-clothed man walked over leisurely with his hands behind his back. His steps were relaxed, and his eyes looked at the words written on both sides of the wall. He looked here, there, and here. His expression was relaxed and confident, but his actions were like a country bumpkin who had suddenly entered a big city. There was an indescribable sense of novelty and curiosity, and there was a kind of admiration of how fun, how spectacular. But now it was the saddest time for them, the time of the funeral. Such a person had actually appeared. He was simply deliberately attracting their anger. The anger in the hearts of the two guards started to burn bit by bit. In the distance, a few more white-clothed people came to offer their condolences. They were from other clans. They were dressed in white and walked very quickly. Not long after, they overtook the black-clothed man in front. One of them turned his head and looked as if he wanted to say something, but the other covered his mouth and dragged him over. He hurriedly greeted them and entered the gate. He didn't even look back. The black-clothed man came to the gate, and his gaze was still wandering around. The two guards held back their anger and said, "Who are you, and what are you here for?" The black-clothed man tilted his neck. "Oh," he nodded. She smiled and then continued to look at the white flowers that stretched to the horizon. He clicked his tongue and said, "So many white flowers, so beautiful. Motherfucker, how many people must have died? TSK, TSK, TSK. So pitiful, so pitiful. There's another batch of orphans and widows in the world." The guard was furious. "So you're here to cause trouble?" The black-clothed man rolled his eyes and said angrily, "How can a gatekeeper like you speak like that? What do you mean by causing trouble? I have a kind heart. My heart is filled with the sufferings of the world. How did I become a troublemaker when I expressed my feelings today? Could it be that this dead person didn't leave behind a widow or an orphan? Aren't these orphans and widows pitiful?" The two guards trembled with anger and drew their swords. "Who are you?" The black-clothed man didn't even look at them. He said, "Please report to Clan Master Zhuge that Chu Yang has come to offer his condolences. At the same time, he also wants to discuss some matters with Clan Master Zhuge." As soon as he heard the name, Chu Yang, the two guards were dumbstruck, as if they had been struck by lightning. Who was the person that the Zhuge clan was most afraid of? Chu Yang, or rather, the forces on Chu Yang's side. Because these more than 50 supreme martial artists who had all died in the hands of Chu Yang's forces. In the battle of slaying of the Tao, all of them were wiped out, and the other party naturally won a complete victory. The other party could still achieve such an impressive result in the face of the combined forces of the 8 super clans and the law enforcement officers. This kind of strength was terrifying. "Please wait for a moment. I'll go in and report." One of the guards cupped his fists and bowed. His gaze was complicated. He looked at Chu Yang with fear and anger, then turned and went in. Chu Yang walked in circles at the door with his hands behind his back. He kept laughing and saying, "Spectacular! Really spectacular! Really fucking spectacular!" The other guard was so angry that he trembled all over, but he didn't dare to say anything. Finally, the guard who went in to report hurriedly came out. "Clan Master invites you to meet him in the morning hall." Then a person walked out quickly and bowed. "Thank you for coming to offer your condolences. The entire Zhuge clan is very grateful." Chu Yang smiled and cupped his fists. "It's okay. Regardless of friend or foe, there's always a battle. These formalities still have to be done." When others came to offer their condolences, their faces were all solemn. Even if they were happy, they would pretend to be grieving. But this guy was not only full of smiles, but the words he said made people want to punch him to death on the spot. The muscles on the face of the person who came out to receive the guest spasmed. His eyes revealed deep hatred. He held it in and said, "No matter what, it's a kind gesture that you can come." Chu Yang laughed and walked forward. He murmured, "Kind gesture, kind gesture. He. The person behind almost ground his teeth to pieces. But finally, he brought young Master Chu all the way to the morning hall. They actually walked for quite a long time. Along the way, Chu Yang looked as if he was admiring the scenery. He clicked his tongue in wonder. "So nice. This house is so nice. These flowers and trees are so stylish. They must have been here for tens of thousands of years. This place is so big. I don't know how many people's houses have been taken over. This place is so beautiful. Sigh, just a random brick, and an ordinary family won't have to worry about food and water for the rest of their lives." His words were strange. His voice was strange. His posture was strange. His tone was strange. The person who led the way didn't make a sound. He tried his best not to make a sound. He was afraid that once he opened his mouth, he wouldn't be able to control himself and curse the 18 generations of this guy's ancestors. The morning hall was very big. The people inside were dressed in snow-white clothes. It was densely packed. All the trumpeters and drummers in Tianji City were here. Once someone came to offer their condolences, the sound of the drums would rise and fall. According to the rules of the heavens, once a family member passed away at over 100 years old, they would be considered to have lived a long life. On the day of the funeral, trumpeters and drummers would come and play for the whole day. Amidst the mournful music, they would send the family member to paradise. The people from the Zhuge clan who had died this time were all more than 100 years old. There were dozens of people who were more than 100 years old. Once they entered the morning hall, they saw countless people squeezed here. Everyone looked solemn. In the morning hall, the people from the Zhuge clan were dressed in mourning clothes. They stood in 4 neat rows on both sides. At the back of the morning hall, there were sobbing sounds. It was the womenfolk of the deceased who were crying. The number 1 pharmacist of the Southeast law enforcement officers, the number 7 pharmacist of the Medicine Valley, Chu Yang, is here to offer his condolences. The person who shouted the number received the note and shouted without hesitation. Only after shouting did he realize what he had shouted. He was so scared that he trembled. His hand shook and the note fluttered to the ground. In an instant, the entire space fell silent. Chu Yang? Why is he here? It was only a moment of silence. The trumpeters and drummers around suddenly started playing. In the silence, it seemed even louder and louder. It resounded through the clouds. But immediately after, the trumpeters and drummers also realized that something was wrong. Why did the name come out? Why did everyone keep quiet? Even the womenfolk inside stopped crying, then they stopped again. With this change, it was as if someone had stomped on a dog. The dog barked and quickly ran away. The people from the Zhuge clan who welcomed the guests came forward. Their faces were stiff and somewhat forced. "Thank you for coming to offer your condolences. Please come in." On the day of the funeral, no matter how big the world was, the deceased were the most important. Therefore, the Zhuge clan was most afraid of any accidents happening on this day. But most people would not take advantage of this time to create trouble, because creating trouble at this time was an irreconcilable enmity. In the future, both parties would not rest until one side was dead. They would fight forever until one side was completely annihilated. And Chu Yang came at this time. This was equivalent to expressing his attitude. I, Chu Yang, will not rest until one side is dead with the Zhuge clan. And there was a deeper layer of consideration. Chu Yang was not a reckless person. How could he not know that it was very inappropriate for him to come today? No matter how big the enmity was, a person's death was the most important thing. It was immoral to disturb on the day of the funeral. But if Chu Yang did not come today, there would be endless trouble in the future. If something went wrong, he might not be able to leave this Tianji city forever. Everyone on his side would lose their lives. The reason for this was thought-provoking. Chu Yang chuckled and said gently, "It's my duty, it's my duty. No matter what, I can't absolve myself from the blame for the deaths of all of you elders." When he said this, the faces of those few people instantly became distorted. Why do you have to do this? You already have the upper hand. They have already died in your hands. Why do you have to do this on the day of their funeral? Isn't this going too far? Please come in. The usher led Chu Yang in. Inside the mourning hall, the usher stepped aside and only Chu Yang was left. Thousands of sorrowful and indignant gazes shot towards him from all directions. Chu Yang took 2 steps forward and received the incense and candles. He stood up straight, bowed, and said in a loud voice, "Alas, all of you have unfortunately passed away. Your former heroic reputation has turned into sorrow. After the storm, you are insignificant. Jiang Hu's iron blood is comparable to the legends. I pay tribute to you in the past. Who dares to challenge you? White mountains and black waters face the ocean. Your name spread far and wide. How many orphans were raised by you? How many widows and widows were hurt by you? Just a word of disagreement and you drew your sword. Who dares to speak out when your clan is powerful? White bones under your hands piled up like mountains. Blood under your hands flowed in the 4 seas. When you pass away today, the world goes crazy. Singing and dancing, resentment and hatred are repaid. From now on, who will be the strongest in the world? Alas, I pay tribute to you." Then Chu Yang took a step forward and inserted the incense and candles into the incense burner. He bowed again and raised his head. When these words came out, the entire Zhuge clan became silent. Even a trumpeter outside who was a little closer heard these words. He was so scared that his face turned pale. The trombone in his hand fell to the ground. He didn't dare to pick it up. Everyone in the mourning hall was livid. They looked at Chu Yang with eyes that seemed to spit fire. A few people's facial muscles trembled. They couldn't control themselves and took a step forward. They wanted to settle the score with this guy. "Chu Yang, what do you mean?" One of them jumped out and glared at Chu Yang. "Today's first update. Something really happened yesterday. I was so angry that my whole body trembled. I couldn't calm down for a long time. If it was just a book review, it would be fine. But someone actually didn't hesitate to subscribe to the group. He found my QQ number and wrote a copy in advance. He crazily scolded me. Filthy words, it's simply. Sigh, before I could come back to my senses, he was already gone. Then he blacklisted me. I wanted to scold him back, but I couldn't. I held my breath just like that. I was so angry that my face turned green. My whole body trembled for a long time. I couldn't write any more words. My head was buzzing like glue. Then I went to deal with the book review. I wanted to calm down, but I saw a bunch of things that didn't go well. I was so angry that I broke down. I couldn't help but vent my anger. I made a fool of myself. This is today's first update. I will continue to write the second update. Please support me with your monthly votes. Thank you. G. To be continued. Chapter 1137. Cough, I'm confused. The previous chapter should be chapter 418. I typed it wrongly. I can't change the name of the chapter. Please forgive me, everyone. Gee, whether it's an enemy or a friend, we have to respect them. Chu Yang looked up and said, "The dead are the most important. I'm here to offer my condolences. Does the Zhuge clan not even have this little bit of tolerance?" Zhuge Yunshan, who had been standing at the head of the table, said with a gloomy face, "Brother Chu, you're not here just to offer your condolences, right?" Chu Yang smiled and said, "You're really wise. I'm here for a few matters. The first is to offer my condolences to the elders. The second is to discuss some matters with you. As for the third matter, I'm also here to invite you for help." Zhuge Yunshan's eyes flashed. "Divine Dr. Chu, do you mean that it's not convenient to discuss in detail here?" Chu Yang said straightforwardly, "Clan head, please move to another place. I'll talk to you face to face." Zhuge Yunshan pondered for a while and said, "You all stay here and take care of things. I'll have a good talk with Divine Dr. Chu." Someone roared, "What's the point of talking to this kind of person? Just beat him to death and throw him out." Zhuge Yunshan said angrily, "Shut up! What day is it today? How dare you be so presumptuous? After today, go to the clan's discipline hall immediately to receive your punishment." Then he turned around and said to Chu Yang, "Divine Dr. Chu, please." Chu Yang smiled and said, "Please." He followed Zhuge Yunshan out. Behind there was a commotion. The people of the Zhuge clan were about to go crazy. One by one they cursed. They came to the study room of the Zhuge clan. After they sat down, Zhuge Yunshan ordered the servant to serve tea. He then said, "Divine Dr. Chu, what do you want to tell me? Please say it clearly." Chu Yang smiled lightly and did not say anything. Instead, he asked strangely, "Clan head, do you think that I'm right to come here today?" No matter how good Zhuge Yunshan's self-restraint was, he almost jumped up in anger because of this sentence. "You've been humiliating the living and the dead today. You've been scolded. Do you think that you're right to come here? Now, you've actually taken advantage of the situation and asked me directly. Do you think that you're right, Divine Dr. Chu? Do you think that you've come at the right time?" Zhuge Yunshan held back his anger and asked lightly, "Yes." Chu Yang said resolutely and decisively, "Coming here today is really the right choice." Zhuge Yunshan's face instantly turned purple. He lifted his head and looked at Chu Yang fiercely. "Chu Yang, aren't you going a little too far?" "That's not true. My coming here today is also a great thing for your Zhuge clan." Chu Yang said frankly, "How is this going too far?" Zhuge Yunshan said angrily, "You came here today to mock and ridicule us, and it's a good thing? How preposterous!" Chu Yang sneered and said, "Clan Master Zhuge, may I ask how the Zhuge clan is feeling today? Did anyone discuss revenge? Was there anyone who was plotting something? Master Zhuge, you can't possibly say that you don't know, right?" Zhuge Yunshan was speechless. Indeed, in the past few days, the Zhuge clan had been discussing revenge. It was all thanks to the efforts of the higher-ups that this wave was temporarily suppressed. And today's funeral would only make the Zhuge clan's wave of revenge even more ferocious. Zhuge Yunshan was still worried about this matter previously, because after today, the atmosphere had reached its boiling point. It could no longer be suppressed. Forcefully suppressing it with an iron fist might instead cause internal strife. Since Clan Master Zhuge doesn't say anything, I'll take it that you've agreed. I'll only say one thing. If your people go to take revenge, what will happen? Chu Yang sneered. He said indifferently, "We won't do things like showing mercy." This sentence was said without any trace of politeness, but Zhuge Yunshan started to ponder. Such a thing was definitely not impossible. Instead, it was already being prepared. It was definitely possible. Chu Yang said lightly, "Today I've come here alone. I'm here to remind all of you not to do such a thing, to die for nothing." Zhuge Yunshan pondered for a while and said lightly, Divine Dr. Chu, are you really so kind to come here today? Chu Yang said lightly, Is there any other possibility? Zhuge Yunshan sneered and said, After the Battle of Slaying Tao, your side has also suffered heavy losses, right? Even if our family were to act rashly and go there, it would still be possible for us to wipe you all out in one fell swoop. And Divine Dr. Chu is worried about such a thing now, right? Chu Yang was actually worried about this matter, because the Zhuge clan had already become a mourning army. In such a situation, coupled with the funeral's views, there would be a few hotheads who would rush over. But why would he admit it now? He sneered and said, Clan Master Zhuge can go over now. Zhuge Yunshan stared at Chu Yang and said, But Divine Dr. Chu shouldn't be so kind to remind us. Chu Yang looked back at him without backing down and said lightly, Of course, there's a reason. Because I also have a request for the Zhuge clan. What request? Zhuge Yunshan asked. My third uncle Chu Feiyan has been detained by you. Chu Yang's face revealed a trace of indignation. Clan Master Zhuge, is this the method of a big clan? There's such a thing? Zhuge Yunshan's eyes flickered. If Clan Master is willing to say that you don't know, then I'll take my leave. Chu Yang stood up and said, From now on, I can only stay in Tianji City, permanently. This place is covered in white snow, and the scenery is very good. How would Zhuge Yunshan allow this bastard to stay in Tianji City, permanently? It's okay if you stay here permanently, but you still have the Moon Breeze couple, if they also stay in Tianji City with you. Then, how can the Zhuge clan survive? Slow down, slow down. Divine Dr. Chu, please don't be impatient. Zhuge Yunshan hurriedly stopped him and tried to persuade him to stay. He smiled and said, I think your third uncle must have been caught by mistake when we were searching for suspicious people. Or else, our Zhuge clan, after all, would not do such a thing. Chu Yang sneered and said, Caught by mistake? Yes, maybe it was by mistake. Zhuge Yunshan laughed dryly. Since it was by mistake, Clan Master Zhuge, please help me to release them. Chu Yang said lightly, This is the first thing that I need your permission to do. Zhuge Yunshan heaved a sigh of relief and said, Release? Ha! Divine Dr. Chu, you're asking me to release him with such an attitude? Chu Yang stood up and said, Actually, I also don't want to. It's the Moon Breeze couple who specially requested the Zhuge clan to release him on account of their friendship with the Zhuge clan. Since you're not willing, then I'll go back and report truthfully. Zhuge Yunshan's face changed. He hurriedly stood up and stopped him. This, of course, can be discussed. Since the Moon Breeze couple gave the order, then, haha, what did the Moon Breeze couple say? Chu Yang said, At that time, the Moon Breeze couple did not say anything, but the Moon Breeze couple did. The Moon Breeze couple said, Tell the Zhuge clan to release him. Otherwise, the two of us will go to the Zhuge clan's back garden for a stroll. Anyway, we haven't seen the sky for a long time. It's a good time to take a look at the sky. Chu Yang said, I don't quite understand this sentence. I can only tell you the exact words and will not explain further. The sky is the sky, I know this. But why must we go to the Zhuge clan's back garden to see it? Zhuge Yunshan smiled bitterly in his heart. What explanation is there for the sentence? This Sangqiong is not the same Sangqiong. Our elder is called Zhuge Sangqiong. The Moon Breeze couple also said that Lord Wu Jueqing's injuries are serious, and they want to bring him out to look for medicine to treat his injuries. But with so many mundane matters, it's hard for them to leave. If there's really no other way, they can only send people out, and the two of them will wait in Tianji City. Zhuge Yunshan said generously, Even if the Moon Breeze couple didn't have such a wish, our Zhuge clan will not hold innocent people and not release them. Divine Dr. Chu, please wait for a while. I'll go take a look at this matter and give you an explanation immediately. Divine Dr. Chu, please report back to the Moon Breeze couple. He thought to himself, they're indeed powerful. Even a person like Wu Jueching has been captured. It's better to send such malefic people away as soon as possible. With them here, our Zhuge clan won't even have the appetite to eat. Chu Yang smiled and said, I'll go with you, Clan Master Zhuge. Clan Master Zhuge was captured by mistake. You probably don't know my third uncle. If I don't go, do you expect the Zhuge clan to release all the people they've captured? Zhuge Yunshan was stunned. He smiled bitterly and said, all right. He had just said that he didn't know who his third uncle was, and then released the person in question. Wouldn't that be slapping his own mouth? But it was also a little inappropriate to bring Chu Yang in, because the prison was a secret place of the Zhuge clan, and many important people were in prison there. And after capturing Chu Feiyan, the Zhuge clan thought that he was a rare commodity worth hoarding, and naturally wanted to lock him up properly. Naturally, he was also imprisoned in that kind of place. Who would have thought that this guy would actually use the tiger skin as a flag and directly come to their door to ask for him? Even threatening and frightening, his attitude was arrogant and unbearable. If he didn't give him up, he wouldn't be able to get through the Moon Breeze couple. If he gave him up, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? What should he do if he didn't give him up? Zhuge Yunshan was extremely conflicted. Just as he was thinking, he heard Chu Yang say, How is it, Clan Master Zhuge? To be honest, I've done your clan a big favor, right? Huh. Zhuge Yunshan was surprised. What the heck? What are you saying? In the end, it's you doing us a big favor? Chu Yang laughed and said, Isn't it so? Don't tell me that with the power of the Moon Breeze elders, you can't even save one person? Zhuge Yunshan only felt that his stomach was full of bitterness. He nodded repeatedly and said, Divine Dr. Chu's great kindness and righteousness, the Zhuge clan will always be grateful. He had no choice but to bring Chu Yang along. He thought to himself, quickly send this guy away. Let them leave Tianji City far away. In the future, the big clans won't care about this guy anymore, and just focus on preparing for the tribulation, Sword Master. Of course, when the time is right, I'll also give this guy a hard time. But I must not be caught red-handed. Chu Yang followed Zhuge Yunshan all the way. After walking for a while, they reached the entrance of the secret prison, but it was completely underground. The guard opened the door, and under the escort of 2 experts, the 2 walked all the way in. The further they walked, the darker it became. Continue to write the 3rd update, begging for monthly votes and G to be continued. He saw a crescent-shaped mark on this person's forehead. That elder of the 3 Stars Divine Clan? Was this the bargaining chip that Diwu Qingro had used to incite a war between the clans? He was actually imprisoned here? At this moment, Chu Yang suddenly understood what Zhuge Yunshan's weird expression meant. So that was what he was worried about. Chu Yang's heart moved as he thought of his own junior martial brother, Tan Tan. That day he had talked with Tan Tan on the mountaintop. I was originally the king of the 3 Stars Divine Clan. The way Chu Yang looked at the 3 Stars Divine ancestors' prisoner became gentler. Junior brothers, subordinate. How could Chu Yang help him? Now, it was obviously impossible to rescue him together. But this person is really pitiful, Chu Yang said lightly. Haha, this person has committed a heinous crime. Therefore, he is locked up here as a warning to others, Zhuge Yunshan said with an angry face. Oh, I see. Chu Yang nodded in understanding. So he's a great devil. Zhuge Yunshan smiled and said yes. However, even if he is a great devil, such cruel torture is really too much, Minister Chu said with compassion. Zhuge Yunshan rolled his eyes. Your side slaughtered more than 700 supreme martial artists in one battle. Isn't that too much? How can you still have such a merciful heart? How about I still have a piece of dried meat here? Let him eat it. Chu Yang flipped his hand and took out a small piece of venison. It was only half the size of a fist. This is not appropriate, right? Zhuge Yunshan said. As he spoke, he took the dried meat from Chu Yang's hand and examined it. That's right, this was just an ordinary piece of dried meat. There was nothing unusual about it. However, out of caution, Zhuge Yunshan still instinctively chose to reject it. Chu Yang rolled his eyes and said, "So stingy." He actually snatched the dried meat and threw it in with a shake of his hand. "You." Zhuge Yunshan looked at him speechlessly. "It's just a piece of meat." Chu Yang spread out his hands. The piece of meat that he threw in actually slanted a little. It brushed past the person's face and landed on the iron chain at the side. It dangled slightly. That person only needed to tilt his head and he would be able to eat it. Zhuge Yunshan naturally would not be so stingy. The meat had already gone in. How could he go in and pick it out again? He walked forward with a heavy heart. No one noticed that a faint black smoke filled the air and floated in. Then it floated out again. The person from the 3 Stars Divine Clan, who was locked in the iron chain, seemed to have felt something. His eyes suddenly lit up. He looked at Chu Yang gratefully, turned his head and put the piece of dried meat into his mouth. He chewed and swallowed it. He said with a muffled voice, "Thank you. If I can get out of here in the future, I will definitely repay the kindness of this piece of meat." Chu Yang ignored him and followed Zhuge Yunshan to the door of another prison cell. Just as they walked over, one of the people inside had already struggled to get up. He shouted angrily, "Let me out! Let me out! I don't know anything about the things that you asked. My daughter is still waiting for my medicine to save her life. Let me out, ah!" Chu Yang looked inside. Suddenly his heart ached. Instantly his anger rose. He turned to look at Zhuge Shanyan and said word by word, "Clan Master Zhuge, this is what you meant by not making things difficult for him?" When Zhuge Shanyan saw this, he could not help but be stunned. He muttered, "What's going on?" There was a person inside. He was skinny and covered in blood. His eyes were lifeless. His treatment was the same as the person from the 3 Stars Divine Clan. His whole body was pierced by iron chains. Some of his bones were exposed. Half of his hair was also torn off. There were 3 or 4 burn marks on his chest. His left leg was twisted in a weird way. With one look, one could tell that it was broken. But his face was square. Although it was full of blood, Chu Yang could still see the shadows of his father Chu Feiling and his 4th uncle Chu Fian. This person was his 3rd uncle, Chu Feian, undoubtedly, but he had suffered such injuries, such torture. At this moment, Chu Yang's anger rose to the sky. He could not wait to kill everyone in the Zhuge clan. I really did not expect this. Zhuge Yunshan was extremely embarrassed. After capturing Chu Feian, he had specially instructed Chu Yang, "Do not torture him too much." He did not expect that he would end up like this. How could this be called not torturing him too much? This was simply torturing him with all your might. "What's going on?" Zhuge Yunshan was furious. "Aren't you going to release him?" Immediately, a guard came over and opened the prison door. He carefully released Chu Feian, although his movements were light, but the iron chains were forcefully pulled out from his flesh and bones. What was the feeling? Chu Feian fainted a few times and woke up again. He gritted his teeth. Chu Yang hurried in and took out medicine. He first applied it on his 3rd uncle and cleaned his body. Then he took out a bottle of spiritual spring water and fed it to him. Chu Feian felt as if he was in a dream. His body relaxed a lot. The pain was also reduced by half. He asked Chu Yang, who was lowering his head to correct his broken leg, "May I know who you are?" Chu Yang's heart ached. He said, "3rd uncle, I'm Chu Yang." Chu Feian was shocked. You are that my big brother that," Chu Yang nodded. "I am 3rd uncle. You are fine. Don't worry." Chu Feian smiled with relief. He said, "This is great news, child. Your parents have really found you." "Ha, great, great, great." Chu Yang forcefully suppressed the bitterness in his heart. However, Chu Feian's continuous ecstasy of "that's great" almost made Chu Yang tear up. He bent down. He carried Chu Fan on his back and said, "Third uncle, she is with me now. She is fine. Let's talk when we get out. You should quickly recover your energy." Chu Fan nodded. Then he opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, "Lur is fine? You are not lying to me?" Chu Yang nodded vigorously. "She is fine. I've already cured her of her illness." Okay. Chu Fan's eyes suddenly teared up. He said, "My daughter is fine, ha ha ha." A burst of laughter followed his tears. Then he lay on Chu Yang's back and fell asleep. Not long after, he started to snore. He was still laughing a moment ago, but the next moment he was already snoring. Chu Yang's heart ached. Who knew what kind of life Chu Fan had been living all these years? It was already not easy to see Duan Shi in the Chu clan, but it was even harder for Chu Fan than for his wife. 1,000 times. Because he was a man. He was a husband and a father. Chu Fan's sufferings all these years were really indescribable. He had always been tense and never dared to rest. He was afraid that if he rested a little more, closed his eyes a little more, and did not work hard enough, his daughter would leave him forever, so he never relaxed himself. Even when he was in the Zhuge clan's prison, it was still the same. Now, when he heard that his daughter was fine, his tense nerves for more than 10 years finally relaxed. Suddenly, he could not take it any more. He actually fell asleep in ecstasy at such a time, because he could finally sleep, because he had not slept in peace for more than 10 years, because he could finally rest assured. His daughter was saved. Chu Yang's heart ached. Hearing the tired snoring behind him, tears suddenly filled his eyes. Third update. Please give me your monthly votes. Chapter 1139. Chu Yang carried Chu Fan on his back and walked out of the cell. He saw Zhuge Yunshan in a rage. What is going on? Zhuge Yunshan's face was dark. As a big clan with a history of 10,000 years, such a thing actually happened. Torturing a prisoner like this was not right in the first place. The person was already caught. Was there a need to torture him like this? Moreover, he was Chu Yang's relative. This was a bargaining chip at the crucial moment. What kind of bargaining chip would you be if you tortured him badly? Other than adding fuel to the fire, there was no other use. How did Third Master Chu get injured? Zhuge Yunshan was furious. The guard bowed and stood, trembling. The sweat on his face dripped down. He stammered and did not dare to speak. Speak! Zhuge Yunshan was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He slapped the guard's face, and the guard was sent flying. He spun one round in the air before he landed on the ground. Chu Yang looked at him coldly. Zhuge Yunshan did not look like he was faking it. It looked like he really did not know about this. Otherwise, he would not have brought him here. But this did not reduce his hatred towards the Zhuge clan by a little. The guard got up from the ground. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but he did not dare to hide it any more. It's second young master," the guard said while trembling. "Zhuge Changchang?" Chu Yang asked in a strange manner. "Yes. Why?" Zhuge Yunshan was surprised. What hatred does Zhuge Changchang have with Chu Fan? Is there a need to torture him like this? It's like this. That day, second young master came with the elder's token. He interrogated a person in the earth room. After he finished, he asked about the person from the Chu clan. "Where is he?" The guard said with a trembling voice. At that time, Li Sener and I were on duty, so we told him. Then he took the token and came here. After he went in, he said, "How can such a bastard be given such preferential treatment? Men, punish him like the bastard from the divine clan." "Why?" Chu Yang asked. At that time, second young master said, "Your Chu clan is not in the southeast. Why did you come out to fuck your mother instead of hiding in the southeast? Your little bastard actually dared to steal the woman I fancied. He must be tired of living." Then second young master began to use all kinds of methods to torture this Chu. Third master, the guard, trembled. He didn't dare to look at Zhuge Yunshan. For Wu Qianqian, Chu Yang asked strangely, the younger brother of the Moon Breeze, supreme martial artists. Yes, the guard stammered. At that time I vaguely heard such a name. Zhuge Yunshan's lips trembled. For a woman. Chu Yang nodded slowly. His eyes became as cold as ice. He squinted and said indifferently, Good! What a Zhuge clan! Zhuge Changchang! No wonder Zhuge Changchang knew so much about Chu Feiyan. So this guy had actually done such a thing. Zhuge Changchang alone couldn't have accomplished this. You also participated, right? Chu Yang's eyes were cold as he asked, I deserve to die. The guard knelt down in front of Zhuge Yunshan, his entire body trembling. Since you still know that you deserve to die, then you haven't gone mad. Chu Yang said indifferently and took a step forward. He stepped hard on the guard's shoulder and stomped down hard. A pitiful cry resounded in the underground cavern. That guard was stepped on by Chu Yang. His entire left shoulder and arm seemed to have been smashed a few hundred times by a mountain-splitting hammer. His entire left shoulder was smashed into pieces. Stop! Even if my clan members make mistakes, they will be punished according to the clan rules. Since when was it your turn? Zhuge Yunshan was furious. You actually dare to commit violence against my clan members in front of me? Chu Yang laughed and kicked the guard out. With a clang, the guard hit the opposite metal door and fell to the ground, turning into a pile of minced meat. The 3 stars divine ancestor elder inside had a look of satisfaction in his eyes. He shouted, Good! This is really fucking satisfying. It seemed that he had also suffered a lot from this guard in this underground prison. Chu Yang kicked the guard out. Then he turned his head and looked at Zhuge Yunshan with disdain. He said arrogantly, I attacked your subordinate in front of you. What are you going to do about it? Zhuge Yunshan was so angry that his face turned purple. He panted and said, Good, good, Chu Yang. I will remember you today. Chu Yang laughed coldly. I don't need you to remember me, because I have already remembered your Zhuge clan. One day, I will definitely come here personally to take revenge and collect the blood debt with my own hands. Zhuge Yunshan's hair almost stood up. He said sternly, The Zhuge clan will be waiting for you any time. Chu Yang laughed loudly. He carried Chu Feiyan on his back and led the way. He pretended not to hear Zhuge Yunshan's words. His arrogant attitude made everyone who saw him feel their teeth itch. When he reached the corner, there was a sudden movement in front of him. An elder in sackcloth appeared in front of him and blocked Chu Yang's path. He asked Zhuge Yunshan, Clan Master, who is this? Such a serious criminal. Chu Yang scolded. A good dog doesn't block the way. Get out of my way. The elder was scolded before he could finish his sentence. He was instantly enraged. What a junior! Do you really want to die? Chu Yang took big steps forward and said coldly, You are right. Come, kill me. Kill me. Come and kill me. You don't dare to kill me? If you don't dare to kill me, then you are a son of a bitch. Zhuge Yunshan shouted anxiously from behind, Don't be rash! Stop! He stood in front of Chu Yang and explained anxiously, This is divine, Dr. Chu. He is the messenger of the supreme martial artist Ning and Bu. He is the son-in-law of the supreme martial artist Feng and you. He is here on the orders of the supreme martial artist to pick someone up. The elder's face was originally purple. He was so angry that he was about to attack. When he heard this prominent identity, he actually trembled violently. He immediately took 2 steps back. The messenger of Ning and Bu, the son-in-law of Feng and you. With such an identity, he could really do whatever he wanted in this heavenly continent. Almost 800 supreme martial artists besieged Feng and you and Bu Luqing, but they were all killed by the other party. Luckily, he didn't do anything. This junior was here on orders. If he killed him, no matter which of these people came to find him, it would be a huge trouble. Now that the Zhuge clan had lost more than 50 supreme martial artists, it was at its weakest. If these people came to find him, it would really be a disaster for the clan. The elder took 2 steps back, but still looked at Chu Yang fiercely. But this junior's words were too infuriating. Why, you don't dare to kill me? Chu Yang walked over and looked at the elder from the corner of his eyes. He sneered. I don't think your mother gave you the guts to kill me. Since you don't dare to, why don't you get out of my way? What are you doing here? Waiting for your reward? Or are you addicted to being scolded? Zhuge Yunshan was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead. Looks like this guy is mad because of his third uncle's injuries. He actually has the drive to die here. If he doesn't die here, he won't stop? It doesn't matter if you fucking die here. But don't implicate the Zhuge clan. He hurried forward and pushed away the elder, who was so angry that he was foaming at the mouth. He came back and led Chu Yang out quickly. Grandpa, please leave quickly. I really can't take it anymore. Chu Yang said as he walked, Zhuge clan master, don't you think these people in your clan are asking for it? Just like that person just now. What does it have to do with him? Why did he have to come out and get scolded? Isn't that so? He felt good after being scolded. So he left with satisfaction. It seems that he came out this time just to get scolded. Isn't this a fucking despicable act? I really can't understand. Zhuge Yunshan led the way in front with a black face, as if he was opening the way for him. Inside, the elder of the 3 Stars Divine Clan couldn't help but smile. This benefactor is really interesting. Thinking about it, he was about to activate his martial arts to dissolve the elixir that this benefactor used to hide in his breast to recover from his injuries. Then he heard his benefactor from the catacombs shouting, My name is Chu Yang. I am Chu Yang. I came to the Zhuge clan, and now I'm leaving. What? Ha ha ha. What a person with character. The elder of the divine clan smiled in his heart. This little one wasn't the kind of person who didn't expect repayment for his kindness. The last sentence seemed to be deliberately to anger the people of the Zhuge clan, but in fact it was to tell him his identity. Quickly go out, I'll wait for you to repay me. The elder of the divine clan couldn't help but want to laugh. How could there be such a person in this world? You're not a gentleman. You're not a villain. Don't worry, I'll definitely repay you. During this period, the elder of the divine clan had already lost all hope. The agreement with the Diwu clan seemed to have come to nothing. They didn't let him out according to the agreement. Moreover, that Diwu Qingru had also specially come to explain this matter to him. His identity was too important, the security was too tight, and it was not easy to carry out the operation. He could only wait quietly for the right time and slowly plan. But how long would this waiting quietly for the right time and slowly plan take? But this was something that everyone was well aware of. His cultivation was sealed, and he couldn't absorb any energy of heaven and earth here. There was no hope of recovery. How could he get out? But this time, although he didn't know what elixir this young man had put in that piece of deer meat, but after taking it, the elder of the divine clan clearly felt that his dried-up dantian had begun to gather energy, and his cultivation was actually starting to recover step by step. As his cultivation recovered, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth also slowly gathered. As long as he was given some time, he would be able to fully recover. By then, even without external help, he could kill his way out alone. I heard that the Zhuge clan had now lost more than 50 supreme martial artists. Is their strength weak? The elder of the divine clan thought silently, and then he started to cultivate. His whole body slowly emitted a kind of moonlight brilliance. Slowly, the part of the iron chain that bound him and passed through his body, the part inside his muscles, actually began to slowly corrode. To be continued. Chapter 1140. Chu Yang shouted and scolded along the way. He scolded everyone in the Zhuge clan's dungeon. Every time he met someone, he would give them a slap in the face. Every slap would knock out at least 2 teeth. Along the way out, many people had already been bullied by him. In the end, Zhuge Yunshan decided to open up a path for him. Whenever he saw people from afar, he would avoid them. Finally, out of the cave, Zhuge Yunshan's face was as ugly as the dark clouds in the sky. He said, "Chu Yang, you have saved your third uncle. It's time to leave, right?" "Of course I'm leaving." Chu Yang rolled his eyes and sneered. "Even if the Zhuge clan mobilizes all the beauties in Tianji City to keep me, I won't bother to stay here." Zhuge Yunshan's anger rose. "You wish? Mobilizing all the beauties in Tianji City for you? Do you have the right to do that? If that's the case, I won't send you off." Zhuge Yunshan was about to leave. "Wait," Chu Yang said. "I have other things to do these days. But my third uncle needs treatment urgently, so I won't do it. Clan Master, please pass on a message." "What message?" Zhuge Yunshan couldn't stay any longer. "Elder's phone, and you asked me to pass on a message to your elder master," Chu Yang said lightly. Zhuge Yunshan's expression turned serious. "Elder's phone, and you wanted to pass on a message to our elder master?" Chu Yang snorted and said directly, "That's what the two elders said. You can pass on the message to your elder master. Is the man in black you? If it's you, come and apologize. If it's not you, come and clarify. You only have 1 day. If you don't come, we'll go." Zhuge Yunshan's expression changed. Chu Yang carried Chu Feiyan on his back and asked for a blanket from the Zhuge clan. He wrapped it around his third uncle and then left with a sneer. Alone, making a big fuss and returning in style. This arrogance, this unruliness, was simply displayed incisively and vividly. Looking at Chu Yang's back view, Zhuge Yunshan's face showed a thoughtful expression. Chu Yang must have something to rely on. This was inevitable. Otherwise, why would he dare to barge into the Zhuge clan with his strength alone? And the more arrogant he was, the more it showed that his moon breeze and Yu's battle power was not damaged. And his words were laced with threats. In the end, he even brought it up. Get Zhuge Sangqiong to go and apologize. Or clarify. If he was truly weak, why would he do such a thing? "Clan Lord, this Chu Yang has gone too far. Why don't we just take him down?" Someone at the side asked softly. The man's face flashed with anger, almost unable to contain it. "Idiot!" Zhuge Yunshan was furious. "Do you know why he is so arrogant? He wants us to deal with him. If we attack him, Moon Breeze will have a reason to attack us. Wouldn't that be falling into his trap? But if we kill him, we'll kill him. Even if the Moon Breeze couple were to attack us, what good would it do him?" That person said hatefully. Zhuge Yunshan took a deep breath and muttered to himself. Could it be that there is more to this than meets the eye? Chu Yang seems to be very impatient. Zhuge Yunshan paced back and forth. Are the Moon Breeze couple going to leave as well? After they leave, it will be difficult to borrow their strength again? Could it be? The person beside him also suddenly woke up and said, "That's right. This place is indeed thought-provoking." After a pause, he said, "Clan Lord, eldest young master, and the rest are preparing to find trouble with Chu Yang tomorrow morning after the funeral today." Zhuge Yunshan said furiously, "Bastard! As the clan lord, I am already enduring such humiliation. Does this bastard really want to destroy the entire Zhuge clan?" He walked back angrily. "Tomorrow, the people from the clan's disciplinary hall will wait at the door. Whoever dares to step out of the house will be beheaded immediately. Yes." Zhuge Yunshan walked all the way to the secret location of the clan. He thought to himself, that black-robed man that Chu Yang mentioned, it was really ridiculous. Elder Master had always been dressed in linen clothes. What black-robed man? And the Moon Breeze couple actually requested for people to go and clarify things. Zhuge Yunshan felt extremely depressed. Chu Yang carried Chu Feiyan and walked out of the main gate of the Zhuge clan. Just as he was about to use his martial arts, he saw a group of people in white walking towards him. The one at the front was Diwu Qingru. Seeing Chu Yang carrying someone out of the Zhuge clan alone, Even Diwu Qingru was shocked. "So it's Brother Chu," Diwu Qingru said lightly. The people behind him all showed hatred in their eyes when they saw Chu Yang. The 5 supreme martial artists of their clan had died in Chu Yang's hands, although they were the ones who attacked Chu Yang first. And from Chu Yang's point of view, they deserved to die, but they were after all half of the Diwu clan's battle power. "Brother Diwu?" Chu Yang was startled. He smiled and said, "Your clan is here to pay their respects?" "Yes," Diwu Qingru smiled and said, "the 5 people of our clan had their funeral yesterday. So today, we have specially come to send off the elders of the Zhuge clan." There was absolutely no fluctuation in Diwu Qingru's voice. However, he emphasized that there are 5 people from our clan. Especially when he said the word 5, it was slightly dragged out. Behind him, the people of the Diwu clan all thought that Diwu Qingru was settling scores with Chu Yang. There was a sense of mutual hostility. They couldn't help but have a common enemy. "Oh, your clan also lost 5 people?" Chu Yang smiled lightly and said, "They must have taken part in some conspiracy? Got caught in the crossfire?" Diwu Qingru said lightly, "There is a conspiracy, but we can't help it." Chu Yang said lightly, "Maybe we can't help it, but in a battle, swords have no eyes. They can't recognize who is from the Diwu clan and who is from the Zhuge clan." Diwu Qingru's eyes moved, and he said, "According to what Brother Chu said, they deserve to die." Chu Yang smiled and said, "Their surname is Diwu, first name is Diwu. 5 went, 5 died. You people of the Diwu clan might as well carve the word 5 on your faces." Diwu Qingru sneered and said, "No matter where it is carved, it won't live when it's time to die." "That's right." Chu Yang laughed and said, "The Diwu clan is really fated with the word 5. It's a pity that I, Chu Yang, am not fated with the word 5. No matter where you carve it, no matter when. I haven't seen it." Diwu Qingru said lightly, "The people of the Diwu clan all have the pride of the Diwu clan. Usually you can't tell from the outside. You need to look at the inside." Chu Yang smiled lightly and said, "I'm about to leave Tianji City. In the future, I'll see the inside of the Diwu clan." As he said, he clasped his hands and said, "Goodbye." Diwu Qingru clasped his hands and said, "The mountains are high and the rivers are wide. Take care." "I don't believe in how high the mountains are, how wide the rivers are." Chu Yang laughed and carried Chu Feiyan on his back. He flew away. Diwu Qingru looked at Chu Yang's back view, and his face was heavy. His eyes were cold. Only the 2 of them could really understand the conversation between the 2 of them just now. The word 5 had opened a rift between the 2 of them. Diwu Qingru knew that he was scheming this time. He had really angered Chu Yang. Chu Yang might understand his difficulties, but after all, he had gone overboard this time. Chu Yang's last sentence showed his attitude. "I won't trust you any more. This person is really arrogant." Behind him, an elder looked at the direction where Chu Yang had left and said coldly, "I can't stand him." Diwu Qingru said lightly, "The people of the 8 super clans can't stand him, but the 400 to 500 supreme martial artists of the 8 super clans are already buried. Yet he's still alive and kicking. So what if you can't stand him?" He waved his sleeves and said, "As a person, you must remember that when you don't care about others, others will also not like you. When you want to kill someone, you have to start guarding against that person coming to kill you at any time. Go in. Chu Yang's matter has come to an end for the time being. No one is allowed to mention it again." Chu Yang returned to the Orchard Palace. Thinking of what Diwu Qingru had said to him along the way, he snorted coldly in his heart. "Luckily I was careful. Otherwise, I would have really been tricked by you." As soon as he entered, Chu Lu-er, who had been waiting for him, hurried out to welcome him. Chu Feiyan was still in a deep sleep. Chu Yang carefully placed Chu Feiyan on the bed that had been prepared beforehand, and started to treat every wound on his body carefully. Seeing her father being tortured so miserably, Chu Lu'er's tears flowed down her cheeks. Big brother, what happened to my father? Although Chu Lu'er was very strong, she was still a little girl after all. She wiped her tears and asked, "It was done by the people of Zhuge clan," Chu Yang said in a heavy voice. "The person who did this is currently imprisoned here." "Me? Zhuge Changchang?" Chu Lu's eyes suddenly shone brightly as she asked through gritted teeth. "Yes, the cause is me." Chu Yang didn't hide anything and explained the reason why Zhuge Changchang did it. "How can I blame you?" Chu Lu said hatefully. "It's all Zhuge Changchang's fault. I won't let him off easily." Chu Yang nodded. "Since you say so, I'll leave Zhuge Changchang to you." Chu Lu nodded vigorously. Chu Yang stared at Chu Lu and said word by word, "Lu, you need to remember that in this world, the weak are prey to the strong. It's not rare to be tortured. If we don't become stronger, we'll still encounter such things in the future. We'll still be tortured. After all, we're still too weak. Do you understand?" "I understand, big brother." Chu Lu nodded vigorously. "Also, you're learning the art of poison, and it's a unique martial art. So, in terms of temperament, you need to train." Chu Yang said seriously, "Don't kill those who shouldn't be killed, but don't be soft-hearted towards those who deserve to die." "Yes, big brother." Chu Lu bit her thin red lips and said, "If you're not ruthless, you won't be able to stand firm. Big brother, you want to say this, right?" Chu Yang was stunned. He was speechless. When did the little lass learn to say these words? Chu Lu bit her red lips and stared at the white snow on the ground. She said softly, "I'll make this Zhuge Changchang regret living in this world." Her voice was very soft. It was as soft as a wisp of smoke, slowly dissipating as soon as she said it. But Chu Yang actually shuddered. The second update, begging for votes. I'll continue to write the third update. To be continued. Chapter 1141. Among the Chu brothers, Dong Wushang's injuries had already mostly recovered. The dark saber had also been reconnected by Chu Yang. It was even more powerful than before it was broken. Mo Lei's injuries were also more or less healed. Mo Qinggu had already started to run back and forth. Occasionally, she would hug the ring that Buluqing left behind before he broke through the void and mumbled to herself. It was obvious that although the little girl was often mischievous when Master Bu was around, his departure this time was quite a big blow to Mo Qinggu. Rue Batong had fully recovered and even improved. In the past few days, he had swayed his shoulders and walked back and forth in front of Dong Wushang. This made Dong Wushang gnash his teeth in hatred. He wished he could recover completely right now and give this fellow a good thrashing. In fact, he was afraid that he would beat him to death so that he could advance one more time. But he really couldn't tolerate this. He had to admit that it was really a bird's breath. Meng Chaoran had taken on the role of housekeeper and full-time nanny during this period of time. The Moon Breeze couple walked back and forth in the courtyard with their hands behind their backs. They walked in a circle, facing each other with a distance of 4 to 5 feet. They walked in a circle, which seemed to contain a strange rhythm. After Chu Yang finished treating Chu Feiyan's injuries, he came out just in time to see them. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "Seniors, what are you doing?" Yu Lingxue smiled lightly and said, "Chu Yang, come and see. This time it's our new comprehension after our injuries." Chu Yang's interest was immediately piqued. He went forward and asked, "New comprehension?" "Yes, a brand new comprehension. And this kind of comprehension is especially useful for you guys," Yu Lingxue said with a smile. "I'd like to hear the details," Chu Yang said with great interest. Yu Lingxue smiled and said, "In the past, when we practiced, there was a saying called absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and swallowing the essence of the sun and moon. Is that right?" "Yes." "Wrong. Very wrong." Yu Lingxue said seriously. This time when we were injured during the cold days, both of us were practicing in the room. We felt a little stuffy, so we walked out. However, because our vital energy was damaged and our body's foundation was injured, we couldn't absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth above us. We could only take a walk in the courtyard and try to recover our physical body. However, during this process, because we couldn't absorb the spiritual energy of heaven, we instead felt a surge of heat from the spring under our feet. And this heat is different from the heavenly spirit qi in the past. Yu Lingxue smiled and said, I tried to use this heat to guide and unblock my meridians, and it was actually quite effective. After thinking long and hard, I finally understood one thing. In the past, our cultivation methods were a little one-sided. Chuyang pondered and said, What, Elder, you means is the so-called spiritual energy of heaven and earth that we've absorbed in the past is actually just spiritual energy of heaven. Yu Lingxue smiled in relief. Exactly. In the past, when we practice martial arts, we are used to absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth from the top of our heads and around our bodies. Generally, we don't pay attention to what's below our feet. Even if I did absorb earth qi, it's just a very small amount. So this is the flaw of the cultivation method. For tens of thousands of years, countless seniors had racked their brains to improve their cultivation methods, but they had never been able to achieve perfection. The real reason lies in this. Heaven and earth are out of balance. How can it be perfect? Yu Lingxue said, Chuyang, the so-called inner demons, the so-called qi deviation, the so-called heavenly punishment, these are the real reasons. Chuyang seemed to have realized something. Senior, please advise me. Cultivation methods are all thoroughly tempered over tens of thousands of years. There are basically no mistakes. However, the only thing that is not absorbed is earth qi. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is completely different from earth qi. Listen to me carefully. Earth qi is beneficial to any cultivation method. The details are like this. Yu Lingxue said slowly. Chu Yang's expression was solemn as he memorized it carefully. After a long while, the Moon Breeze couple started to walk in circles again. Their expressions also changed from heavy and serious to relaxed. Chu Yang walked to one side alone. He took off his shoes and stood barefoot on the snowy ground, wanting to try out this feeling. At first, he only felt a bone-chilling coldness coming up from below his feet. Chu Yang didn't expel this cold air. Instead, he circulated it along the path of the layered heavens divine technique. He didn't pay attention to the spiritual energy around him, but focused all his attention on the soles of his feet. Then, as he circulated his energy after the coldness, he felt an itchy feeling on the soles of his feet. It was as if there was a trace of mellow and gentle aura coming up slowly from the soles of his feet. This aura had a very simple and honest feeling to it. It was as if there was an absolutely dependable person standing right beside him, a kind of peace and security. As this aura was absorbed into his body bit by bit, Chu Yang slowly felt an incomparable sense of security. His heart and soul were at peace. The speed of absorption also became faster. In an instant, he only felt that the ground beneath his feet was slowly expanding outwards, extending outwards. This feeling was extremely wonderful. Chu Yang was different from the Moon Breeze couple, because even though the Moon Breeze couple had comprehended the trick and use of absorbing earth qi at an extremely weak moment, they couldn't use their own cultivation after all. Thus, the absorption process was also slower. However, Chu Yang was in a perfect state in terms of energy, and spirit. As more and more of this mellow aura was absorbed into his body, it slowly formed a warm force. It merged into the layered heavens divine technique in his dantian. Chu Yang sensitively discovered that the layered heavens divine technique was being flipped open at this moment. It was as if a ball of still fog had suddenly rushed into cold air, churning violently. The sword spirit, who was in the middle of cultivating his divine soul, suddenly woke up with a start. He inexplicably looked at the rich earth energy rushing into Chu Yang's body and let out an incredulous cry. How can he comprehend earth energy now? Even though the conditions are already met, it's still too sudden. Chu Yang fell into a meditative state. After a long while, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. He opened his eyes and saw an old man in sackcloth standing at the entrance. His robe was wide and his face was ancient. He was looking inside with bright eyes. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He asked, "This is?" The Moon Breeze couple was still leisurely circling around, as if they didn't notice the old man's arrival. Or perhaps they did, but didn't care and didn't take it to heart at all. Dong Wushang, Rue Butong, Mo Lei Mo Qingguo, Chulu and the others each occupied a corner of the courtyard and were cultivating. They also ignored the old man who suddenly came to visit. The old man smiled warmly and said, "My surname is Zhuge. I've been summoned by the Moon Breeze couple, and I've come specially." Chu Yang let out an "oh." Then he heard Yu Lingxue say, "Come in. What are you standing outside for?" Without looking at him, he took out a snow-white silk handkerchief from his bosom and walked over with a smile to wipe Feng Yuro's forehead. Feng Yuro smiled warmly and rolled her eyes at him. She said, "I'm not tired. You're making a joke out of yourself." Yu Lingxue laughed and kept the silk handkerchief. He said, "Chu Yang, go get a few stools. We'll have a chat with our old friends in the courtyard." Chu Yang agreed. Then he and Dong Wushang brought 3 stools over and placed them in the courtyard. Yu Lingxue said dispassionately, "Sit." But he himself lifted his feet slowly and took off his boots. He walked barefoot in the snow, step by step crunching on the snow. He walked to the front of the stools and sat down comfortably. Then he moved his feet and buried them in the snow. He shuddered contentedly and took a deep breath. This feeling is really comfortable. Seeing Zhuge Sangqiong staring at him in confusion, Yu Lingxue smiled and invited him. "Sangqiong, you try it too. This feeling is pretty good." Zhuge Sangqiong smiled bitterly. Feng Yuro said angrily at the side, "You're already so old, yet you're still like a child. What do you look like barefoot? What's more, you're injured and there's a distinguished guest here." Yu Lingxue chuckled and said, "Although I'm seriously injured, I can't forget my usual habits. Bathing my feet in the snow is a great joy in life. How can I give it up so easily?" Zhuge Sangqiong looked over and indeed saw that Yu Lingxue's face was a little pale with an abnormal color of blood. Feng Yuro looked a little better than Yu Lingxue, but she was also a little pale. He thought to himself, "That's right. The few of you have killed so many supreme martial artists. No one would believe that you didn't suffer from serious internal injuries." Yu Lingxue's injuries were more serious because he tried his best to protect Feng Yuro. This should be the reason why Feng Yuro's injuries were lighter. Yu Lingxue leaned against the back of the chair, his feet buried in the snow. He said to Zhuge Sangqiong calmly, "Sangqiong, as you can see, Ro-er and I are seriously injured and can no longer use our cultivation. We can't go to your place, so we can only call you over to ask you something." Zhuge Sangqiong nodded and said with a smile, "That's what I should do. I should be the one paying a visit to the 2 of you. How would I dare to trouble the 2 of you to go over personally?" But he thought to himself, "The 2 of you can't use your cultivation? If I believe this, how many pieces will I turn into scattered pieces here in the next moment?" Yu Lingxue smiled and nodded. His expression gradually turned heavy. He said, "I'll only ask you one thing." Zhuge Sangqiong said, "Please speak, elder. Previously, we went to Mount Xingyun to fight. Let's not talk about this matter for now." Yu Lingxue looked sharply at Zhuge Sangqiong and said, "However, the juniors here were also attacked. My disciple was attacked and killed." Yu Lingxue's eyes turned into 2 sharp swords, looking at Zhuge Sangqiong's face. He said, word by word, the one who attacked was a black-robed man. Moreover, He was an upper-grade supreme martial artist. What do you think of this? That person is detestable, Zhuge Sangqiong said without hesitation. An upper-grade supreme martial artist, personally dealing with these juniors? He has no sense of shame at all. Yu Lingxue looked at him indifferently and said playfully, "So it wasn't you who did it?" As he spoke, Feng Yuro's eyes also quietly focused on Zhuge Sangqiong's face. The couple just stared at Zhuge Sangqiong quietly like this. The atmosphere quietened down at once. Chapter 1143. He only wants to kill me, not the innocent. Chu Yang said indifferently, "Who is innocent?" Moreover, he clearly showed mercy when he attacked Qinggu and Qianchan. In the end, if Qianchan hadn't pounced on me at the critical moment, she wouldn't have been seriously injured at all. Super strong hands cover the sky. Qinggu has Ningbu behind her, Lu has Z behind her, and Qianchan has all of you behind her. He knows everything about us. Chu Yang said slowly, if it were people from other clans or people who don't belong to big clans, they would want to kill the three of them the most right now. Because after killing them, the first unlucky one would be the Zhuge clan. Because this is Tianji City, the territory and headquarters of the Zhuge clan. After he said this, everyone fell silent. Because the meaning of Chu Yang's words was already very obvious. Let me say a few words. Chu Lu came out from the corner with an inexplicable coldness on her face. She said, "I can't be sure that it's this person, but when he appeared just now, I felt very uncomfortable." Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro nodded slowly and said, "Since that's the case from now on, let's not mention this matter anymore." He closed his eyes. "When we recover, we will naturally have a plan." Chu Yang noticed that the direction Chu Lu came out from was the direction where Zhuge Changchang was imprisoned. Over there, Dong Wushang and Rui Butong had already fought to their heart's content. One had to admit that Rui Butong was indeed suppressing Dong Wushang this time. With the strength of a first-grade supreme martial artist, it was very easy to deal with a seventh-grade martial saint, even if it was a saber saint. However, Rui Butong had never felt relaxed before. It was only in this battle that he truly experienced Dong Wushang's ferocious and domineering nature. With the strength of a first-grade supreme martial artist, he was actually restrained by Dong Wushang, because he didn't dare to use all his strength, but also could not use all his strength to deal with it. Using all his strength to attack and deal with the super biological empire. Obviously, these were two different things. He was forced by Dong Wushang to jump up and down like a big monkey. Within moments, he was drenched in sweat and repeatedly begging for mercy. Fourth brother, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please spare me. Dong Wushang was also shocked because he had already used all his strength. Who would have thought that Rui Butong would actually be able to withstand it? If it was a real battle, he would have lost long ago. And he was dead. Dong Wushang had been able to defeat 1 or 2 martial monarchs when he had been a 7th-grade saber emperor. When he was a 7th-grade saber sovereign, he could defeat a 1st-grade martial saint as long as he went all out. Now he was a 7th-grade saber sage. In a situation where Rui Butong, a 1st-grade supreme martial artist, couldn't attack with all his might, he was actually having such a hard time. He watched as the two of them stopped. Rui Butong shrieked as if he had seen a ghost and fled in a sorry state. Dong Wushang's expression was grave. Yu Lingxue seemed to know what Dong Wushang was thinking. Supremes were different. You will only be able to understand this difference once you become a supreme being. Dong Wushang pondered for a while before he replied solemnly, "Yes." At this moment, a scream that seemed to have been suppressed for a long time suddenly rang out. It was a miserable scream. It was so painful that it made one's hair stand on end. Zhuge Changchang. After this scream, it actually stopped abruptly. Immediately, there was a kind of oppressive feeling. It was as if this scream had been suppressed for a long time by the pain. But just as it was released, it was suppressed by the pain so much that it couldn't make a sound. Chu Yang's heart trembled. He went over at the same time as Dong Wushang and the others. At a glance, the two of them actually trembled all over. Zhuge Changchang's flesh and blood were almost all torn apart. All the tendons in his body had already bulged out of his body. They were knotted together. They were bulging and bursting apart. In his flesh and blood, they were almost transparent. His whole body had inadvertently curled up into a ball. Inadvertently, it was stretched even longer. Inadvertently, it was stretched into a grotesque shape. The romantic politics of rebirth. This kind of pain could no longer be described as being cut into pieces. The most miserable thing was that there was actually something else. On his body, his tendons and blood vessels were constantly bulging out. Once they bulged out, his flesh and blood would burst open. His flesh and blood would split open and blood would flow out. And that split open flesh and blood would instantly turn into a strange gray color. After turning gray, some small squirming worms would immediately grow on it. They would try their best to burrow into Zhuge Changchang's body. After burrowing in, they would stir in his flesh and devour his flesh and blood. And on the outside, they would immediately be covered with a layer of white maggots. Wriggling and squirming, Zhuge Changchang opened his mouth wide, but he couldn't make a sound. He wasn't restrained in any way, but he couldn't make a single sound. He was completely controlled by the pain. The most horrifying thing was that his body was being destroyed over and over again. He was being tortured over and over again, but he was also being regenerated over and over again. The broken flesh and blood were being drilled into by those tiny worms, and then maggots came out. Then they were actually being healed, and then they were being torn open again. It was obvious that they didn't want him to die. They wanted him to live and bear this kind of punishment. "Lu'er!" Chu Yang shouted. "What's the matter with you?" Chu Lu'er answered and came over. She was actually very confused. "What's the matter?" Looking inside, she suddenly screamed and covered her eyes with both hands. She said in a panic, "How did this happen?" Dong Wushang and the others looked at Chu Lu'er as if they had seen a ghost. This state, that was 100 times worse than hell, was actually caused by Chu Lu'er. "What kind of poison did you use?" Chu Yang asked the online game priest Xiao. I hated him for hurting my father, so I poisoned him with a few kinds of poison. After that, I left. I didn't expect this to happen." Chu Lu'er's heart thumped wildly. She never expected that the few kinds of poisons she used would actually reach such a state. There was spirit-breaking powder, life and death pill, tendon-splitting powder, 10,000 years corpse poison, decay poison, and goo poison, myriad incarnation goo, and finally innate poison. Chu Lu'er murmured, "I used all those poisons that are said to be able to make one wish for death together." Everyone was dumbfounded and felt a chill run down their spines. It was really her, such a pure, cute, and shy little girl, who looked like a pure white flower, had personally created a hell on earth. Even Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro, who had just walked over, shuddered. When they looked at Chu Lu'er again, it was as if they were looking at a monster or a demon. "These poisons, where did you get them from?" Chu Yang asked with a crooked mouth and eyes. "I don't need to get them from anywhere." Chu Lu'er said innocently, "I only need to circulate my poison techniques, and I can use any kind of poison I want. You know this. Oh my God." Chu Yang held his head with both hands. "What kind of person have I personally taught? Oh my God. Let me kill him." Dong Wushang casually broke a tree branch and stabbed it into Zhuge Changchang's heart. Under such a heavy blow, Zhuge Changchang's heart instantly shattered into pieces. However, the pain in his body still continued. "It's useless." Yu Lingxue was full of wariness. A portion of these poisons were imagined by Wu Jueqing back then. Wu Jueqing didn't have an innate poison body, so although he knew that these poisons could produce the latest chapter of Shen Nong's monstrous life, he couldn't do anything about it. However, he was powerless to do anything about it. These poisons were useless, even if he died, because, with that life and death pill, spirit-shattering powder, corpse poison, rotting poison, and myriad incarnation goo, even if a person dies, his soul will also be trapped in his body. He will continue to be tortured. Cold sweat broke out on Dong Wushang's head. There's actually such a thing. How tyrannical was this poison? The only thing that could be endured was death. However, under this poison, even death couldn't be avoided. Burn him completely. Even his bones will be burned to ashes, and he will be relieved of his pain. However, he will also disappear completely. Otherwise, even if only a large piece of his soul is left, he will continue to lie on top of it and suffer the pain of his soul shattering. Everyone stared blankly, dumbfounded. The culprit, Miss Chu Lu, even shrank into Chu Yang's arms like a quail. She covered her eyes with her hands, not even daring to look. Let me see, let me see. An excited voice rang out. It was Wu Jueqing. At this moment, he was being carried forward by Meng Chaoran, his face full of cold sweat. His spine and pelvis, which had only now begun to heal slowly, were now moving. Now that he moved, the pain doubled. The broken bones of his spine and pelvis that had just started to heal started to intertwine again. This kind of pain was no different from an extreme punishment. However, he actually didn't care about the doubled pain and urged Meng Chaoran to carry him over. His face was full of cold sweat, and his whole body was in so much pain that sweat kept breaking out. However, he still had an excited look on his face. Meng Chaoran carried him forward and looked inside. This poisoned doctor from back then suddenly opened his mouth wide and his eyes wide. He was making noises, as if he was a mortal who had seen a deity. Oh my God! This poisoned doctor from back then opened his mouth wide and exclaimed, "Which deity made this great achievement? The Empire has once again started an all-out war. Such immortal creation, such uncanny workmanship. This old man is really in awe. I'm sincerely convinced." Everyone shuddered again. They turned around and looked at this, one of the tribulations back then. The poison master of the heavens now, with a strange look in their eyes. This is too great. Wu Jueqing was still in so much pain that he was sweating profusely. However, his body was actually twisting excitedly. Everyone's faces twitched. Big brother, don't you know that twisting like this will make all your previous efforts go to waste? Thinking about how Wu Jueqing was feeling now, everyone was sweating profusely. A person whose spine and pelvis were completely shattered was actually dancing and twisting his buttocks? What kind of feeling was this? Chapter 1144. Everyone was dumbstruck. Rue! Butong finally couldn't stand the series of oh my gods anymore. He carried in a huge bundle of firewood and threw it on the ground. Then he went to the room and took out 2 barrels of oil. Using a long wooden stick, he lifted Juga Changchang's body into the barrel and placed him at the top. Then he started a fire. The flames burned fiercely, bringing with them a strange pungent smell. Juga Changchang's body was actually still spasming and twisting in the fire. Even his legs were burned off, and the bones on his upper body were still twisting and turning. Chu! Hid in Chu Yang's arms, trembling all over. Emo Qinggu hid on the other side. The 2 little girls were like doves that had lost all their feathers in the snow, shivering. Everyone was speechless. They really didn't know what to say. The culprit had used it without even knowing. Now, everyone was actually not as frightened as the culprit. While the fire was crackling and burning, Wu Jueqing was prattling on and on. Who used the poison? Why did it burn? Bastard! Who told you to burn it? Who used the poison? Who? Everyone looked at Chu Lu speechlessly. Wu Jueqing followed everyone's gaze and saw a little girl with a pale face and tears in her eyes. He couldn't help but be shocked. He said in disbelief, "Could it be? Cough, cough, cough." Chu Yang coughed dryly a few times and said, "It's like this. By chance, I obtained a book called Guide to the World's Poisons. Then I saw that my little sister seemed to be extremely interested in using poisons. So I threw the book to her and let her practice on her own. Later, Lord Z came and also promoted my little sister's cultivation a little. Cough, cough. It seems to be like this. Wu Jueching's breathing quickened. He looked at Chu Lu with bulging eyes, making some noise in his throat. Guide to the world of poisons. Practice it for fun? Ha ha ha. Unable to control himself, this poison doctor rolled his eyes again and again. He wanted to say something, but he suddenly bit his tongue. Then, when he wanted to open his mouth to speak again, his face suddenly turned red, and in the next moment he fainted. Lord Wu couldn't help but feel faint. He had spent his entire life studying the Heaven and Earth Poison Compendium, but he was still unable to use the most crucial poisons, even though he was proficient in using them. It was one thing to think about it, but whether or not it could be used was the key. Now, this little girl had only followed a book to self-study, and she had actually managed to come up with it. Even if Lord Wu hadn't been injured, he would have fainted in such a situation, let alone now that he was heavily injured. Meng Chao ran hurriedly, carried him back. Chu Yang followed them in and inspected him. He couldn't help but click his tongue. The poison doctor's bones, which had just begun to heal, were completely torn apart again. Chu Yang sighed. Although he understood Wu Jueching's feelings, he still didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After treating Wu Jueching's injuries, Chu Yang was just about to go out when he saw Wu Jueching open his eyes. At this moment, all the grief and indignation in Wu Jueching's eyes suddenly disappeared. Then he looked at Chu Yang and said quietly, "Wait for me." Then he closed his eyes. Chu Yang was here. He sat down beside the table. Then he witnessed an astonishing scene. A white cloud emerged from Wu Jueching's body and started to circle around Wu Jueching's body. With every circle, the white cloud shrank by the size of a fist. When it reached his thigh, the white cloud disappeared without a trace. Immediately after, a fresh wind blew, just like the morning breeze in spring. Fresh and natural, refreshing and refreshing. The morning breeze blew, but it didn't blow anything. It only blew on Wu Jueching himself, and Wu Jueching's body, like a piece of dead wood that had already decayed a little, suddenly started to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. The originally dead muscles and skin started to recover just like that, regaining vitality. And his face also slowly became rosy. When the morning wind stopped, Chu Yang could clearly hear creaking sounds. It seemed to be coming from within Wu Jueching's body, as if the bones were automatically returning to their original positions and healing. Wu Jueching finally stopped. He opened his eyes and looked at Chu Yang. With a slight smile, he actually sat up from the bed. The next moment, he moved his arms and neck, moved his waist and legs, and tried to stand up from the bed. Then, he actually tried to walk a few steps. The more he walked, the smoother it became. Chu Yang's eyes widened. Watching this miracle happen in front of him, he only felt that his brain was already in a knot and he couldn't speak. At the current stage of Wu Jueching's injuries, other than the complete version of the heavy pill, there was no other medicine in the world that could heal him. But now, a miracle appeared before his eyes. Wu Jueching didn't even rely on any medicine, just a morning breeze and a cloud, and he recovered. What was going on? Do you think it's very magical? Wu Jueching looked at Chu Yang and asked with a smile. Yes, it's very magical. Chu Yang nodded. It's not magical. Wu Jueching's eyes were filled with longing, affection, and emotion. He said, My ancestors are Chun Feng and Lu Yun. Back then, when I was deceived into becoming a tribulation, my ancestors had already left the Heavens continent. The reason why I was able to survive until the last moment was that my ancestors had divined that I would face a great tribulation in this life, and each of them gave me 3 streams of vital energy. Chun Feng and Lu Yun's vital energy. Chu Yang asked in shock. Yes, I have my ancestors' vital energy in me. Therefore, although my physical body was destroyed back then, I was able to escape from the heaven-mending cave at the last moment with the vital energy. And, over a relatively long period of time, I gradually recovered my physical body. Wu Jueqing smiled lightly. That time I used 2 gusts of morning breeze and 2 drifting clouds. If this vital energy only existed in my body and wasn't used, my ancestors wouldn't suffer any losses. But once I used it, my ancestors would be weakened and hurt to a certain extent. Therefore, unless I had no other choice, I didn't dare to use it, nor could I bear to use it. Today, this is the 3rd cloud and the 3rd morning breeze. Wu Jueqing stared at Chu Yang. Do you understand what I mean? I understand. Chu Yang nodded. Due to my severe injuries this time, the ancestors' life force can only help me heal my injuries. As for my cultivation, perhaps it can only help me recover half of it. Wu Jueqing sensed himself for a moment and said solemnly, but I can't not use it, especially after discovering this little girl. He chuckled. Completely self-taught, she actually knew the guide to poisons of the world, and she could actually condense that kind of poison on her own. How could I let go of such a talent? He said solemnly, this poison is the biggest regret in my life. It's more important to me than my life. Chu Yang asked tentatively, Elder, what do you mean? Wu Jueqing's eyes flashed. He said, let that girl in. Let me take a look. Chu Yang nodded. Okay. He got up and walked to the door. Come in for a while. Chu agreed and ran over quickly. After entering, she saw that Wu Jueqing had actually stood up. The little girl was also shocked. Her mouth opened wide and she exclaimed, Why are you standing up? Why I'm standing up is not important. What's important is you. Wu Jueqing smiled. Girl, come here. Let me take a look at you. Chu looked at Chu Yang doubtfully. Chu Yang nodded encouragingly. Chu walked over meekly. Girl, let me ask you, did you cultivate this guide to poisons of the world by yourself? Wu Jueqing asked kindly. Yes. Chu nodded. Sometimes, Big Brother also helps me explain and ponder over it. But these few days I've been reading, memorizing, and experimenting on my own. He helped you explain? Wu Jueqing rolled his eyes and glanced at Chu Yang. He said, disdainfully, What's the use of him helping you explain? He's someone who doesn't know anything. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Big Brother is the person I respect the most. His face darkened. Looking at this world-renowned poison doctor, she actually warned him. Cough, cough, cough. Wu Jueqing choked and coughed violently. He stared at the little girl, dumbfounded. The little girl's expression was resolute. Anyone who dares to insult my big brother has to apologize. Apologize? Wu Jueqing was confused. Do immortals have to apologize if they insult him? Chu pursed her lips and said, So what if they're immortals? Even if they're higher than immortals, they have to apologize if they insult my big brother. Chu said dispassionately, My poison can kill people now. In the future, it may not be impossible for it to kill immortals. Even in the world after the void-shattering realm, as long as there's a suitable poison, can't it spread over millions of miles? Wu Jueqing was shocked. He stared at Chu dumbfounded. Even in the world after the void-shattering realm, as long as there's a suitable poison, can't it spread over millions of miles? The shock that this sentence had on this poison doctor was unparalleled. He had never thought that his poison would be able to kill an immortal, not to mention using poison to massacre the world above the heavens. But this little girl's thoughts were actually so crazy. Just because someone insulted her big brother, she actually wanted to spread her poison over millions of miles? What the heck? I like this kind of character. The next moment, Wu Jueqing suddenly beamed with delight. He actually bent down toward Chu Yang. I'm sorry, Brother Chu. I shouldn't have insulted you. I apologize. Please forgive me. Chu Yang was shocked. looking at Wu Jueqing, who was bent over in front of him with his forehead almost touching the ground. His eyes widened. His eyebrows flew up to his forehead. He blurted out, "Fuck!" Wu Jueqing rolled his eyes. He didn't expect that his first sincere apology in his life would only get such a word in return. Chapter 1145. Why do you want to see my physique? Chulu asked, "Why do you want to see my physique?" Looking at Wu Jueqing in front of her, Chulu took 2 steps back instead, her face full of vigilance. "Why does everyone want to see my physique now?" Wu Jueqing was taken aback. "I'm just looking, nothing else. Your big brother is right beside you. How can I harm you?" Chulu snorted and said, "That's hard to say." As she spoke, she looked at Chuyang for help. "Big brother." Chuyang knew that this was probably a great opportunity for Chulu. This person in front of him was the author of the Guide to the World of Poison. This person's poison skills were absolutely at the acme of perfection. He said, "Elder Wu is a senior expert. Besides, aren't there still many things you don't understand from the Guide to the World of Poison? This Elder Wu before you is the author of that book." Chulu tilted her head and said, "All right, I'll let you see then." Her voice seemed to be giving Wu Jueqing a great gift. Wu Jueqing said excitedly, "Good, good." Then he reached out and placed his hand on Chulu's wrist. Then he was taken aback. He blurted out, "Innate spiritual body?" His expression became serious. Then, as if he had sensed something, he was suddenly shocked again. Not only innate spiritual body, but also martial saint level cultivation? At such a young age. Then he shuddered violently. His finger flicked away from Chulu's wrist, and he exclaimed, "Oh my God! Innate poison meridians, innate poison body, innate. Oh my God, cough, cough, cough." Chuyang wanted to laugh, but was too embarrassed to do so. He could only hold it in and cough a few times. He had to remind this old man, "You are the descendant of Chun Feng, one of the tribulations from tens of thousands of years ago, an expert who has surpassed supreme martial artists. Can you not be so alarmed? Take note of your status and poise. You must have poise." But Wu Jueqing had obviously already tossed poise and status out of the window. She stared at Chulu with trembling hands as she exclaimed, "Oh my God! Oh my God! So that's how it is. I see. So there is actually such a person and such a body in this world. Oh my God!" Chulu widened her eyes and returned to Chuyang's side in fear. She leaned on him and whispered, "Big brother, is this old man crazy?" "Cough, your aptitude is too good. That's why he's shocked." Chuyang coughed dryly and explained in a low voice, You should really be proud. To be able to shock the poison Dr. Wu Jueqing to this extent. I reckon you're the only one in history who can do that." "Oh," Chulu replied and said, "So my physique is still considered good. I've been tortured since I was born, and I've been tortured for more than 10 years. I've been running back and forth in hell every day. I can actually shock people to this extent." Chuyang coughed and said, "Yes. If you don't experience setbacks, how can you see the rainbow? To you, the pain is already a thing of the past. It has become a capital that will never be erased. And in front of you is a rainbow path that leads straight to the clouds." Chulu pursed her lips and laughed. "Chuyang, I have something to tell you." On the other side, Wu Jueqing shouted, "What is it?" Chuyang actually knew what was going on, but he still pretended to be confused. "Let your younger sister acknowledge me as her master." Wu Jueqing's eyes were shining. He grabbed Chuyang's hand with one hand and gripped Chuyang's shoulder with the other. "Let this girl acknowledge me as her master." He used so much force that Chuyang's shoulder actually made cracking sounds. "What the heck? Let go of your hand first. My shoulder is going to break." Chuyang was in so much pain that even his nose and eyes were wrinkled together. "Oh." Wu Jueqing hurriedly let go of his hand, his expression somewhat embarrassed. Chu Yang rubbed his shoulder and said exasperatedly, "If you want to take in a disciple, you have to ask for the opinion of the person in question, right? What's with crushing my shoulder?" Wu Jueqing snorted and said, "Who can't tell that this little girl listens to everything you say? If you say yes, she won't say no. If you say no, even if I'm a deity, she won't acknowledge me as her master." This poison doctor was really smart. He actually saw the crux of the matter so quickly. Chu Yang had no choice but to ask Chulu, Lu, what do you think?" Chulu's expression was complicated. She said, "I'll listen to Big Brother." Chu Yang thought for a while, still unable to make up his mind. To Chu Lu Wu Jueqing could be said to be the most suitable master in the world. Even someone from the heavenly imperial court might not be more suitable than Wu Jueqing. But Chu Yang was still worried about Chu Lu's safety. His identity as the master of the tribulation sword had to be announced to the world eventually. When the time came, if Lu was by Wu Jueqing's side, would he hurt Chu Lu? "What else are you troubled about?" Wu Jueqing was a little anxious. He made threatening gestures and said, "What's there to consider about such a good thing? Hurry up and let this little girl acknowledge me as her master. I'm the only one who truly knows her value. I'm also the only one who truly knows where she's heading in the future. Others can only see her free and natural physique. Innate free and natural physique is nothing." It was rare to see a disciple so suitable for him. Having a successor for his lifelong legacy was a great joy in his life. But this little girl was dawdling. Her mind was elsewhere. This was really the first time Wu Jueqing had encountered such a situation. With his status, if he shouted that he wanted to take in a disciple, even if he had to make people kneel and kowtow 108,000 miles away, the queue would be from the southeast all the way to the northwest. Why was it so worthless in the eyes of these two siblings? "I can accept her as my disciple, but I have a request," said Chu Yang. "Request? Say it." Wu Jueqing was practically exasperated. "I want to accept a disciple, and I actually have to agree to his request. What the heck? Is it so difficult to be a master nowadays?" "That's right, no matter when, no matter what happens, you cannot hurt Lu," said Chu Yang solemnly. "Shut your fucking mouth. How can I hurt my disciple?" Wu Jueqing blew his top and glared at him. What a bastard! This kind of worry is simply unreasonable. Chu Yang said calmly, "I don't know if I'm a bastard or not, but I only want this one condition. No matter when, no matter what, you cannot hurt her." "I agree." Wu Jueqing was so angry that he laughed instead. He said, "She's my successor. Even if this girl were to poison me to death in the future, I would still close my eyes with a smile and say joyfully, 'The student has surpassed the master.' Will that do?" Chu Yang smiled. "Thank you for your understanding, elder. When the time comes, please don't forget to say, 'The student has surpassed the master.'" Wu Jueqing was exasperated. He said furiously, "You really want me to be poisoned to death by my disciple?" Chu Yang burst into laughter. He gave Chu Lu a look and said, "Lu, aren't you going to greet your master?" Chu Lu responded in confusion and looked at Wu Jueqing. However, she saw Wu Jueqing's hands shaking like rattle drums. His face flushed red with agitation. He said, "Acknowledging a master and accepting a disciple is a major event in one's life. How can it be done so hastily? We have to find a few witnesses and make it a little more grand." Chu Yang and Chu Lu were stunned. This master actually wanted to make it a little more grand under such circumstances. However, Wu Jueqing muttered to himself, "Now, let Moon Breeze be the witnesses first. It's not enough. With everyone as witnesses, it's barely enough. Let's establish the master-disciple relationship first. When I recover from my injuries, we'll hold a disciple acceptance ceremony and receive some congratulatory gifts. Damn it, if any big clan doesn't come to congratulate me or send gifts, I'll go and destroy them. Law enforcement officers have to come too. If any law enforcement officers don't send gifts, I'll destroy them too. Huh. Chu Yang was speechless. Nonsense. It's a major event in the heavens for me to accept a disciple. If no one comes to congratulate me, my disciple won't have any face either. Wu Jueqing glared. Chu Yang raised his hands in surrender. You're right. You're awesome. I'm convinced. The speechlessness in his heart was really indescribable. Moon Breeze was one of the top 5 in the heavens that one couldn't afford to offend. To be the witnesses for him accepting a disciple was actually a little not enough. He was just accepting a disciple, and he actually had to hold a ceremony. Ordering the whole world to send gifts, must he cause a sensation in the heavens? It looked like this descendant of Chen Feng was really a little strange. He was really domineering too, but from this it could also be seen that Wu Jueqing really valued Chu Lu'er to the extreme. Wu Jueqing called out, "You Ling Xue, Feng Euro, Meng Chaoran, and a few other juniors come in. I have something important to announce." After a short pause, Moon Breeze, Meng Chaoran, Dong Wushang, Rue Butong, Mo Lei'er, Mo Qinggu, and the others gathered together. Wu Jueqing instructed Dong Wushang and Rue Butong, "Go get a few chairs for everyone to sit down. Also, find some incense and candles. In any case, the more the better." The two of them went out in confusion. In no time, they came back with all the items. Everyone sat down and looked at Wu Jueqing, all of them confused. Wu Jueqing said, "Chu Yang, you'll be the MC." Chu Yang almost spat out. Did he have to sit on the bench with his bear like this? Helpless, he could only force him to do something beyond his ability. Seeing that everyone had taken their seats, Chu Yang coughed and was about to prepare for his MC job when he heard Wu Jueqing say, "Don't laugh. Sit up straight. How can you be like this at such a serious moment?" Chu Yang almost choked to death. He turned to look and saw Wu Jueqing sitting right below, upright and still, his countenance solemn and his expression serious. Chu Yang cleared his throat again and said, "I've gathered everyone here today because of an important matter." Wu Jueqing cut him off. "It's a very important matter." Chu Yang rolled his eyes and said, "I've invited everyone here to be witnesses." Wu Jueqing cut him off. "This is your honor." Chapter 1146. Wu Jueqing was stunned. I was just adding. Seeing Chu Yang's murderous gaze, he had no choice but to compromise. "Go on then, I'll add on." "Add on my foot. Can you shut up first?" Chu Yang asked angrily, "Can you not be so annoying?" Wu Jueqing glared and cursed under his breath before he turned his head away. Chu Yang glared at him for a while before he turned to look at everyone. "Cough, cough. It's like this. Today, Elder Wu Jueqing has taken a liking to my sister Chu Lu'er's physique and wants to take her in as a disciple. This is my sister's great fortune. It's also Elder Wu's fortune." Wu Jueqing dug his ears in displeasure and rolled his eyes at Chu Yang. "This matter has been discussed and agreed upon by both parties. Of course, it's definitely a great fortune for my sister to become Elder Wu's disciple. Furthermore, Elder Wu Jueqing has promised to nurture my sister Chu Lu'er with all his might. He has also sworn to the ancestors that no matter when, and no matter what, he will never hurt my sister." Wu Jueqing's eyes widened. He wanted to ask, "When did I swear to the ancestors?" However, Chu Yang pretended that he didn't see it and continued to talk nonstop. "Today, all of you are here to witness this grand event of the heavens. A peerless expert, poison Dr. Wu Jueqing, has finally accepted a disciple, and the disciple he has accepted is my sister, Chu Lu'er." After he finished speaking, Chu Yang swept his gaze across the room. Everyone was shocked by this news and didn't recover for a long time. Wu Jueqing sat there. Originally, he was very comfortable with Chu Yang's last few words, smiling with his eyes narrowed. But after a long while, he felt that something was wrong. Frowning, he said angrily, Why aren't you clapping? Clap, clap, clap. Rue, Batong hurriedly clapped and cheered loudly. Good, good. Congratulations to Lu, for becoming a disciple of a great master. Congratulations to Elder Wu for taking in a great disciple. Clap, clap, clap. Mo Lei also hurriedly clapped. Everyone applauded at the same time. Rue, Batong, even pouted his lips and whistled, the sound lingering in the air. The atmosphere indeed became very lively. The moon breeze couple had already guessed it. They smiled and applauded. Cough, cough, let's begin the ceremony. Elder Wu Jueching, please take a seat. Chu Yang said solemnly. In fact, he was already laughing so hard in his heart that he was about to burst out laughing. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that someone like Wu Jueching would actually care so much about a ceremony. What he didn't know, however, was that Wu Jueching came from a big clan. Things like rituals and etiquette had long been ingrained in his bones and couldn't be abolished. No matter how high his cultivation was or how calm his temperament was, when it came to the serious things in the depths of his memories, he would always do things the same way he did back then. Wu Jueching coughed. He stood up solemnly and steadily and said, "All right." He strode forward, his expression solemn and his eyes even carrying a hint of reminiscence. There were even some nostalgia. Perhaps Chu Yang and the others would never be able to understand what Wu Jueching was feeling at this moment, because at this moment he recalled the time when his clan was still around and worshipped his ancestors. He recalled the time when he had wandered the martial world and met his own teacher who had imparted him the art of poison. At that time, the situation of the apprenticeship. As he thought about it, Wu Jueching suddenly had a feeling of time going back. He couldn't help but feel a little sour in his heart. He recalled something his teacher had said. Our sect, when cultivated to the extreme, is enough to move unhindered in the heavens and slaughter immortals and demons. It's a pity that with our aptitude, we can't reach that level. We can only cultivate the guide to the world of poison. The guide to the world of poison, as the name suggests, is only below the heavens and not above the heavens. He remembered asking back then, teacher, is there above the heavens? At that time his teacher had replied, above the heavens there is. That is the poison scripture of the imperial court. That is the true first-grade poison technique. If one cultivates the poison scripture of the imperial court, just like the current heavenly continent, with just a wave of the hand, one can annihilate all three heavens. Where is the poison scripture of the imperial court? In the heavenly imperial court. Besides, with your aptitude, even if you find the poison scripture of the imperial court, it's useless, because you can't cultivate it. Then what kind of person can cultivate it? Innate poison meridians, innate poison body, and innate poison. As long as one of the three conditions is met, one can cultivate the poison scripture of the imperial court. With our aptitude, neither of us is suitable. If we force ourselves to cultivate it, we will be poisoned to death by the poison scripture of the imperial court. Since that's the case, how did teacher know about this? He remembered that when he asked this question, his teacher was silent for a long time before he said, the founder of our sect is the supreme poison master of the heavenly imperial court. It was because of poison that he was crippled. He desperately escaped and came to the heavenly imperial court. That's how the guide to the world of poison came about. But even until his death, he couldn't forget his wish to return to the heavenly imperial court, because he only cultivated half of the poison scripture of the imperial court. After cultivating the other half, he would be able to run amok in the heavenly imperial court. What I'm going to tell you next is the location of the poison scripture of the imperial court. You must remember to pass it down from generation to generation. If you meet the successor of the innate poison meridians, you must tell him and nurture him to rush to the heavenly imperial court and cultivate the poison scripture of the imperial court. Revitalize the prestige of our sect. Our sect is called the Heaven Poison Mansion. Wu Jueching felt bitter in his heart. Teacher, do you know that I've finally found this person today? Not only does he have innate poison, but he also has innate poison meridians and an innate poison body. I've finally found the successor of the Heaven Poison Mansion. I've found the hope of the Heaven Poison Mansion. Wu Jueqing was in a trance. He only felt his knees hit something hard before he abruptly realized that he had already walked to the front of Gui's tall armchair. If he were to walk any further, the armchair would be knocked over by him. Everyone around him looked at him strangely. Wu Jueqing took a deep breath. Turning around, he lifted his robes and slowly sat down. Both his hands were placed properly on the two handles of the armchair. Today was the first day of the rise of the Heaven Poison Mansion. That was the rise of the heavenly imperial court. Who would know the solemnity of my heart? The second part of the apprenticeship ceremony is for the disciple to serve tea. Chu Yang, the MC, was really an amateur because he had never done it before. Even he himself had done it when he was still an infant. He had never seen how it was like for others to do it, much less have any memory of it. Chu Luer went forward and served him a cup of hot tea, respectfully. A smile appeared on Wu Jueqing's face. He took the cup and drank it in one gulp. His expression turned strange at once. He almost spat it on Chu Yang, the MC's face. What kind of tea was this? This was obviously a big cup of vinegar, and there was salt and mustard. Damned little girl. See how I'll train you in the future. Wu Jueqing smiled gently, a hint of annoyance flashing across his eyes. A cup of tea was stuck in his throat, but he couldn't swallow it down no matter what. After a long while, his Adam's apple finally moved. In the end, he still managed to swallow this special cup of apprenticeship tea. The next part is for the disciple to kowtow. 3 kowtows, Chu Yang announced loudly. The Moon Breeze couple twisted their thighs, trying their best not to laugh out loud. How could there be an apprenticeship ceremony like this? 3 kowtows just like that? Didn't they have to report to the sex ancestors, then burn incense and pray, then show the token, then, finally, 3 kowtows to be considered an apprentice? This Chu Yang is really too simple. Wu Jueqing sat on top, taking in the strange expressions of the Moon Breeze couple. He coughed and said, "We're all children of the martial world. Why bother about whether the etiquette is right or not? Cough, cough, cough. Cough, 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 cough." Wu Jueqing's words didn't matter. But Chu Yang, who was acting as the MC, suddenly choked and coughed so hard that his face and neck turned red. He really didn't expect Wu Jueqing to be able to say such a funny thing. It was really too unexpected, seeing that his disciple was kowtowing while Chu Yang was coughing nonstop at the side. Wu Jueqing almost died of anger. He tried his best to maintain the smile on his face and said kindly, "My beloved disciple, please rise." Only then did he really laugh. Sigh, he finally accepted this disciple. He helped Chu Lu up and kicked the still coughing Chu Yang. He said angrily, "It's done. What kind of MC are you?" Everyone burst into laughter. Only then did the atmosphere relax. Chu Yang hurriedly shouted again, "The ceremony is over!" Everyone laughed and joked, and the sounds of celebration rang out continuously. Wu Jueqing smiled cheerfully and exchanged pleasantries with everyone. Chu Yang suddenly had a clear feeling. Wu Jueqing seemed to have changed into a different person. It seemed that after experiencing the ceremony, he was somewhat enlightened, or let go of something. When no one was paying attention, Chu Yang leaned close to Wu Jueqing's ear and said, "Elder Wu, this ceremony seems to be very important to you?" Wu Jueqing was taken aback. He smiled lightly and said, "Chu Yang, life is a ceremony." Chu Yang was taken aback. As he mulled over the sentence, he suddenly felt a little emotional. Mo Lei and Mo Qingguo went to prepare the dishes. Everyone wanted to celebrate. Chu Lu also wanted to help, but was stopped by everyone. What a joke! Even if the dishes you make are the most delicious in the world, probably no one would dare to eat them. After seeing Zhuge Changchang's tragic state, if anyone still dared to eat Chu Lu's dishes, How big of a nerve would that person have? Seeing everyone reject her unanimously, Chu Lu-er felt a little wronged. Chu Yang leaned close to the little girl's ear and said, Lu-er, prepare a few dishes for me tonight. Our family, surnamed Chu, will celebrate for you. The little girl smiled through her tears and kissed Chu Yang on the cheek. She smiled like a flower. Big brother is the best. Chu Yang laughed loudly. The dishes and wine were served. Mo Lei had become a culinary expert during this period of time. The dishes she made really looked, smelled, and tasted good. Everyone chatted as they ate. Chapter 1147. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat as he recalled Wu Jueqing's identity. This person was one of the tribulations back then. Tribulations and their master had always been a thorn in Chu Yang's heart. They were also an eternal mystery. The Dharma Supreme claimed to be one of the tribulations. Chu Yang believed him. He also believed what he said at the beginning. But later on, as the Dharma Supreme became more and more sinister, Chu Yang gradually became suspicious. In the end, even if he wanted to choose to believe, he didn't have a choice. Right now, Wu Jueqing was the best candidate. What he said would definitely be more credible than what the Dharma Supreme said. Chu Yang took advantage of the alcohol and said, Elder Wu's brothers back then must also be all-powerful heroes. Wu Jueqing smiled lightly and said, My brothers may not necessarily be all-powerful heroes, but they truly loved and cared for me. We were sincere to each other, so we had nothing to fear. Chu Yang said, Oh, can Elder Wu tell us the stories of your seniors, so that we can also broaden our horizons? Wu Jueqing chuckled. He picked up a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. He said, My brothers. Those were my brothers. My brother is heroic and chivalrous, proud and awe-inspiring, indomitable, iron-blooded man. Every one of them was the best. How good is it? Dong Wushang interjected. Feng Yuro looked thoughtful. She said, Can Brother Wu tell us about back then? Back then. Wu Jueqing pursed his lips, a hint of haziness in his eyes. He drank 3 big bowls of wine in a row and said, Let's talk about myself. Firstly, I want to warn everyone. Secondly, my little disciple also needs to know what kind of person her master is. In front of so many people, I also want to be a witness for myself. Everyone stopped eating and listened to him attentively. Wu Jueqing smiled lightly and said, Let's talk while eating. My story isn't very pleasant to listen to. It's fine if everyone has heard it. As he spoke, he raised his cup in invitation. But what interest did they have in eating and drinking at this moment? The story of tribulations. The first secret of the heavens. My temper wasn't like this in the past. Wu Jueqing's indifferent voice. I, Wu Jueqing, was born into an aristocratic family. Back then, my clan was also one of the big clans. In my generation, there were many heroes, countless geniuses. I'm just a man. Wu Jueqing let out a self-mocking laugh. To be honest, all of you may have noticed it as well. Even now, after several tens of thousands of years, I still carry with me a kind of manly mannerisms. I just want to live a carefree life. I don't want to get involved in the family's power struggle. Therefore, when my brothers were fighting for the position of the patriarch, I quietly slipped away and wandered the Jianghu. Several years have passed. Other than going home to visit my parents every year, I've basically been wandering outside. But my brothers still wouldn't let me off. They hired countless assassins to assassinate me. So I fought like this. I fought whoever came. I know who sent them, but I didn't go home to settle the score with any of them. It was at that time that I met my teacher. Wu Jueqing smiled lightly and said, I learned a lot of poison techniques. Later on, I felt sad staying in the upper 3 heavens. So I went to the lower 3 heavens to travel. I met a person, a scholar. At that time, I was already a martial saint. But that person was only a martial grandmaster. But for some reason, we hit it off very well. we wandered the Jianghu together. I always showed that my cultivation was weaker than his, and he always took care of me. He protected me with his life several times. I was very touched and became sworn brothers with him. I was 1 year younger than him. I respected him as my big brother. Later on, my big brother and I wandered the Jianghu. His strength improved very quickly. Moreover, he had an inexhaustible supply of elixirs and miraculous medicines. More and more brothers appeared, and every one of them was very good. Then, in the upper 3 heavens, there were 10 of us brothers. When Wu Jueqing said this, Dong Wushang and Rui Batong were both stunned. They looked at each other. At that time, the brothers thought, why don't we kill our way up to the upper 3 heavens? Make a name for ourselves? At that time, my big brother's position in the clan was stable. I was the only threat left. He sent countless experts to the upper 3 heavens to kill me. Because of me, the brothers got injured one day and another tomorrow. For several months, there was at least one person getting injured every day. Because of me. Wu Jueqing's eyes were filled with anger, until my 3rd brother threw himself on me and blocked a sword for me. That sword pierced through his chest, and his blood dripped onto my mouth, telling me to get up quickly. The next day, my sworn brother, in order to protect me, had his dantian pierced by someone. He was then hung up, burned with raging flames, and tortured in every possible way. I suddenly couldn't take it anymore, and I swore to tear my clan's sworn brother into 1,000,000 pieces. So my brothers and I rushed to the upper 3 heavens together. After we wandered around, we made enemies everywhere. In the end, when everyone had reached the martial saint level, Big Brother said that he was actually the master of Tribulation's sword. It was his mission to unify the upper 3 heavens. So we worked hard for this common goal. First, we quelled the opposing forces in my own clan. With my clan as the foundation, we conquered everywhere. When we all became supreme martial artists, when I was a 5th grade supreme martial artist, the upper 3 heavens was unified by us. A new great clan was also finally established. Our Wu clan naturally continued its glory for another 10,000 years. But at that time, Big Brother betrayed us and ruthlessly killed us. He used our souls to mend the heavens. Wu Jueqing laughed bitterly. At that time, I only felt that all my sincerity had been betrayed. All our past had been deceived. When we were together, we had sacrificed too much for each other. Every one of us was sincere, but my sworn big brother broke our hearts. Until our deaths, our brothers still couldn't believe it. I was lucky to escape. It took me a very long time to condense a physical body. I went to find Big Brother for revenge, but I couldn't find him. Then I asked around and found out that the previous tribulations had all been used to mend the heavens. Wu Jueqing said indifferently. So, from then on, I wanted to go against the master of Tribulation's sword. To avenge my brothers, I killed good people and bad people, just to see if that person helped the master of Tribulation's sword. For this, I didn't hesitate to kill good people. Actually, that's all. Wu Jueqing smiled. Yes, the master of Tribulation's sword and tribulations don't have any magical imaginations. They're all ordinary people, that's all. Yu Lingxue pondered and said, that big brother of yours, could he have some difficulties? Wu Jueqing was startled. He said he didn't say. If he did, and if he really had difficulties, why would he need to kill us personally? It's not impossible that he slit his own throat. Between us brothers, we've gone through countless hardships and deaths. Every one of us has risked our lives countless times for our brothers. If there really were difficulties, brothers, why would we cherish death? Feng Yuro and Yu Lingxue were silent. Chu Yang finally confirmed one thing. That was every master of Tribulation's sword. Yes, maybe not all of them, but definitely most of them before unifying the upper 3 heavens were loyal and righteous. But after unifying, They immediately became ruthless and merciless, immediately became sinister and ruthless, immediately slaughtered their brothers. Moreover, every master of tribulation's sword mysteriously disappeared after unifying the upper three heavens. On this point, the Dharma Supreme and Wu Jueqing didn't differ at all. But why exactly was this? No matter what, Chu Yang couldn't understand. Why would a loyal and righteous person change so quickly? For his brothers, he could block knives countless times, risk his life countless times, be tortured countless times. Those were definitely not family. But why would he betray them at the last moment, completely overturning his whole life in the blink of an eye? For a boat? If there wasn't a reason, Chu Yang wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. He asked the sword spirit in the tribulation space. The sword spirit thought for a long time before he said, "I don't have any memories of that period of time." Chu Yang pondered and said, "It's indeed an unsolvable mystery." He turned and asked Wushang Batong, "If one day I have difficulties and need to sacrifice your lives to save me, will you save me?" Dong Wushang smiled lightly and said, "Big brother, will you save me then? There's no need to ask such questions between us brothers." Rue Batong laughed and said, "Me too." Chu Yang frowned and said, "It's indeed an unsolvable mystery." He said this sentence twice. Even Wu Jueqing could tell that something was wrong. He asked, "Why is it an unsolvable mystery?" Before Chu Yang could say anything, Yu Lingxue sneered and said, "A loyal and righteous person who spent his whole life completely changed in the blink of an eye. How can there be such a thing in this world? If there is, there must be a reason. It's just that we don't know the reason." Yu Lingxue was also a straightforward man. He straightforwardly raised his suspicions towards this question that everyone else had turned a blind eye to. Yu Lingxue was confident that if it were him, he would never change. Wu Jueqing frowned and said gloomily, "Are you saying that I'm lying?" Yu Lingxue sneered, "I didn't say that, but you have been angry about this matter for tens of thousands of years. Have you ever thought about another matter? Will you betray your brothers?" Wu Jueqing was furious. "What kind of nonsense is this? How can I, Wu Jueqing, betray my brothers?" Yu Lingxue said, "Then, will the others who died with you betray their brothers?" Wu Jueqing was even more furious. "Bullshit. The friendship between us brothers is as clear as the sun and the moon. We went through fire and water together, through countless mountains of knives and seas of fire. They would never betray their brothers, no matter what. If anyone would do so, I'd rather twist his head off and give it to you." Yu Lingxue sneered. "Didn't your big brother go through fire and water together with you? Before your big brother betrayed you, did you dare to doubt him? Did you ever doubt him? Didn't you still trust him like you trust your other brothers? Before that, if someone told you that your big brother would kill you, would you believe it?" Wu Jueqing was stunned. Chapter 1154. Chu Yang had always thought that he was righteous and upright at times, but he had to admit that he was probably the most shameless person in the world. But after hearing Lan Qingtian's words, Chu Yang was suddenly in awe of him. What was shamelessness? This was what it was. Damn it, when compared to Lan Qingtian, he was practically the humble, selfless, upright ruler. There was no way to compare at all. If my face is only the corner of a brick wall, then Lan Qingtian's face is the great wall of iron and steel. He first came to pay his respects and was very respectful. After confirming that the other party was injured, he immediately turned hostile. Moreover, he used his own granddaughter as an excuse to demand an explanation. Chu Yang recalled Wu Jueqing's reaction when he saw Chuler. He couldn't help but hold his forehead and sigh. "Oh my God!" Yu Lingxue closed his eyes and asked, "Mei Xian is dead? How did she die?" Lan Qingtian flew into a rage. He said bitterly, "Elder Yu, you can't be as shameless as you, can you? You first beat her until she sustained internal injuries, then stabbed her from the front to the back with a sword. In the end, You even poisoned her for fear that she wouldn't die. Tears welled up in Lan Qingtian's eyes. She's only a weak girl, and she was deeply in love with you. How can you be so heartless and not admit to it after doing such a vicious deed? He roared furiously. Today, even though I, Lan Qingtian, am far from being a match for the world-renowned Master Yu, I will still seek justice for my granddaughter. Heavens, open your eyes and take a look. To think that there is such a shameless person in this world. Even with Feng Euro and Yu Lingshua's cultivation and self-restraint, they were so infuriated that they started to tremble. This bastard's ability to distort the truth had already reached a certain level. Heavens, open your eyes and take a look. To think that there is such a shameless person in this world. Suddenly, someone shouted into the sky in grief and indignation. His voice and tone were exactly the same as Lan Qingtian's. Even the voice was almost lifelike. Everyone was stunned. They turned to look, only to see Chu Yang thumping his chest and stamping his feet. He said in extreme grief and indignation, Heavens, too shameless, simply too shameless. Lan Qingtian's expression darkened. Chu Yang, what do you mean? Chu Yang said with grief and indignation, Oh heavens, Chuan, many years ago, my clan had used a beauty trap to befriend Venerable Yu, making him feel apologetic towards us and using us. But how can my clan be manipulated by others? What a joke. Yes. So what if he helped us? Yes. So what if he took care of us? Yes. So what if he tolerated us? He shouted with all his might, He's stronger than us. Helping us should be helped us if he can't see through our intentions. Then he's an idiot. If he can't, he is him to what does that have to do with me? Now that he's injured, how can I not vent my anger on such a great opportunity? He helped us, but I was so angry. Who asked him to help us? He was simply meddling in other people's business. After I kill him today, I will announce to the world that he is no match for me and has been killed by me. Therefore, we are stronger than him. Therefore, the rise of our family is all due to our own strength. Long are you is if he's alive, I'll feel guilty. But if he's dead, I'll only feel happy. Die. Our family is number one. Aha! Chu Yang said with tears and snot. Do you know that our clan has been criticized by others all these years? Hasn't our clan been relying on Moon Breeze all along? Do you know how upset I feel? Although we are indeed relying on them, you can't say it out loud. We've been wronged. Too aggrieved. Too depressing. Now, this moment has finally arrived. Moon Breeze, pay the price. Chu Yang righteously shouted. I want to seek justice for my granddaughter. Although she doesn't need it, this is my reason. With this reason, I'm upright and upright. I'm righteous. Although I'm a despicable and shameless jackal, I wear the face of a saint. Yu Lingxue, accept your fate. Waha! A burst of wild laughter. Everyone was dumbstruck. Lan Qingtian's lips twitched. He wasn't wrong at all. What Chu Yang said was exactly what he was thinking in his heart and couldn't say out loud. Now it was all exposed, and he was even imitating his own accent. It was so perfect. Ha. This feels great. This feels great. Dong Wushang and Rui Butong slapped their thighs and laughed. This was too satisfying. Boss performance just now was really satisfying. One had to admit that against someone like Lan Qingtian, killing him with a single punch was letting him off too easily. If he was so disgusting, couldn't others do the same to him? Moon Breeze's identity couldn't disgust him, but Chu Yang had no qualms about doing so. I'll disgust you. So what? Even Wu Jueqing and Meng Charan laughed. Chu Yang's words exposed the mentality of a villain to the fullest. It was really satisfying. Moon Breeze was filled with anger and conflict at first, but when they heard this, they couldn't help but smile. In the distance, behind the crowd, some of the Zhuge clan members were smiling as well. They felt that these words really hit the nail on the head. One should use such disgusting methods to deal with disgusting people. You, Lan Qingtian finally came back to his senses and flew into a rage. What about me? I'm disgust you, can't you tell? The clan that I'm talking about is worse than a beast, is your Lan clan. Can't you tell? How is it? Does it feel good? Does it feel good? Chu Yang explained kindly, afraid that the other party didn't understand. Lan Qingtian was furious. With a wave of his hand, he yelled, "Take this little one down! Don't take his life. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. Little one, I'll let you miss out on one of the 3,718 extreme punishments in the world. You can consider me as your son." Chu Yang flew into a rage. Bullshit. What do you mean you're my son? How did I give birth to a bastard like you? If you were my son, I would have fucking thrown you into the latrine when you were still in liquid form. You're slandering me. You're spreading rumors. Chu Yang put on an aggrieved look as if he was about to vomit blood. Hurry up and go back and ask your mother. Ask her if I'm your father. What the fuck? I've really never seen anyone slandering someone like you. You're fucking one of a kind. Waha. Dong Wushang and Rue Batong were practically sprawled on the ground, their bodies convulsing as they laughed. Rue Batong shouted, "Boss, he can't be a bastard child that you left behind many years ago, right?" Dong Wushang rebuked him furiously. "Shut up. Even if he is, we haven't done the blood test yet. It's irresponsible of you to say it now." Lan Qingtian started to tremble all over. His squarish face was pulled flat. Even his voice had changed. "Take him down. Take him down. Hurry up and take him down." Two green-robed men stepped forward with their swords drawn. Chu Yang said furiously, "You know that the Moon Breeze elders are injured and are here to take advantage of them, right?" The two of them didn't say a word as they charged forward. Chu Yang kept retreating. "I'm Lan Qingtian's father. How dare you kill me? How dare you kill me? You traitorous bastard. You really dare to fucking kill me." The two men's swords connected to form a screen of light. Their faces were livid as they continued to attack as if they didn't hear a thing. Chu Yang drew his sword as he took a step back. "I'm fighting back. I'm really fighting back," the two of them sneered. Chu Yang's sword shook. Suddenly, with a swoosh, he shouted, "Dog drowning sword. First move. Great water comes from the east." With a whoosh, it was as if huge waves had suddenly appeared in front of everyone. They surged toward them, fiercely, the waves white and endless. The two of them didn't expect Chu Yang's swordsmanship to be so impressive. The two of them were 8th grade martial saints. Even when they joined forces against Chu Yang, they were actually suppressed by his sword. The two of them retreated. Chu Yang shouted, "Dog drowning sword. Second move. Dog drowning." With a shake of his sword, huge waves covered the masked men. Dog drowning sword. Third move. Deep water piercing dog drowning. Dog drowning. The waves surged. Sword chi shot out one after another from the sword. The shoulders and thighs of the two men were cut at the same time. Blood spurted out from their throats. Dog drowning sword. Fourth move. Frozen dog drowning. Chu Yang stabbed his sword. Suddenly, a cold wind blew and the surrounding temperature dropped by dozens of degrees. In the direction that Chu Yang's sword was pointing at, the two men had already been frozen into ice sculptures, frozen in a strange posture. Their necks were stretched out, their tongues were stuck out, their eyes were bulging, their bodies were turned sideways, and their feet were raised, just like a dog peeing. The most impressive thing was that a dog's tail made of snow had actually been frozen on their buttocks, and two long dog ears made of snow had also been added to their heads. They were actually frozen just like that. Dog drowning, sword completed. Chu Yang sheathed his sword. "Everyone, please correct me." Lan Qingtian's expression was dark. "You're quite capable. However, no matter how capable you are, you won't be able to escape death today." At this point, The Zhuge clan members also surrounded them under the lead of an elderly man in sackcloth. Everyone, let's attack together and kill these people as soon as possible. Long delays may bring trouble. Lan Qingtian said fiercely, but leave this Chu Yang to me. I want him alive. 30 to 40 people shouted and flew over at the same time. Right at this moment, Yu Lingxue suddenly rose into the air. With a flash in the air, dozens of Yu Lingxue shadows appeared and went up to the 30 to 40 experts who rushed over. He reached out his hands, and with a few cracking sounds, more than 30 people rolled back with their brains splattered everywhere. The ground was a mess of blood. Yu Lingxue's clothes were as white as snow. Floating in the air, he looked at Lan Qingtian impassively and said coldly, "There's really no need for the Lan clan to exist anymore." Huh. Lan Qingtian was astounded as he stumbled back a couple of steps. Why you? Aren't you severely injured? Yu Lingxue floated in the air and smashed an expert who was about to escape into pieces with a palm strike. He shouted, "Who dares to leave?" Then he said dispassionately, "This is a trap." Lan Qingtian felt cold all over. Chapter 1155. Yu Lingxue heaved a heavy sigh and said, "Lan clan, I'm really heartbroken." Lan Qingtian stood there dumbfounded. Suddenly, he shuddered all over and laughed. "You Zhuge clan scum, how is it? You've lost, right? Ha! I've already said that, elder, you won't get hurt. How is it? Are you all dumbfounded?" After laughing heartily, he turned to Yu Lingxue and said, Her, elder Yu is indeed safe and sound. I'm really relieved. This time, the Zhuge clan wanted to ambush you. I was afraid that something would happen to you. So I rushed over with all my might and pretended to be polite. Now I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Ha! I should have thought of it long ago. Elder is mighty. How can he be ambushed? They're really unworthy. The Zhuge clan people were also stunned at the sight. Upon hearing that, they couldn't help but curse. Lan Qingtian, are you still a human being? How can you be so shameless? Weren't you the one who initiated the pursuit this time? Don't you have any sense of shame for slandering us like this? Lan Qingtian sneered. Your Zhuge clan's conspiracy is destroying our relationship. What else do you have to say now? If I, Lan Qingtian, hadn't seen through your conspiracy, wouldn't I have been tricked to death by you this time? The Zhuge clan is indeed a clan of wisdom. I'm impressed. Everyone was dumbfounded. This Lan Qingtian was really shameless to a certain extent. He could actually still say such things, even at this stage. He was still cursing just now, but the moment he saw that Yu Lingxue's injuries weren't as serious as he had imagined, he actually changed his mind immediately. Chu Yang was even more impressed. He fully understood the saying, "Mouths are two pieces of skin. Whatever you say, it makes sense. The upper lip is heaven, the lower lip is earth." Yu Lingxue said dispassionately, "I see. Qingtian, thank you for your kind intentions. Now do something for me." Lan Qingtian said, "Please instruct me, elder Yu. I'll do as you say." Yu Lingxue said dispassionately, "Go. Kill everyone from the Zhuge clan. I'll speak to you again after you've killed them all." Yes. Lan Qingtian was dumbfounded and had no choice but to agree. Chu Yang almost laughed out loud. Yu Lingxue was really vicious. Such a strategy of driving the tiger to devour the wolf. She really didn't know how Yu Lingxue's straightforward brain came up with this. As long as the two clans fought, both sides would definitely suffer. At that time, he would think of how to take advantage of the situation. How could he take advantage of her? Lan Qingtian's eyes darted around before he said, "Senior Yu, this, what?" Feng Euro floated over from behind. She was 30 feet high in the air, but her speed was extremely slow. Everyone knew that for the same distance, you could either jump over or float over slowly. The difficulty of this was undoubtedly a world of difference. Lan Qingtian's eyes narrowed. He was finally certain Moon Breeze wasn't injured at all. With a loud roar, he shouted, "Boys, let's kill these bastards from the Zhuge clan who are trying to sow discord." With a shout, everyone from the Lan family fought bravely to be the first. He pounced over like a wolf or a tiger. The Zhuge family's people were so angry that they were trembling all over. His mouth was crooked and his eyes were slanted. "Go! Let's kill these despicable and shameless people from the Lan family first." The two sides were like two torrents facing each other, moving at the same time. Shouts rang out, swords and sabers flashed, blood and flesh flew everywhere. In an instant, the fight was extremely intense. Lan Qingtian was also helpless. He had already offended Yu Lingxue by saying so much earlier. He also knew that this was Yu Lingxue urging the tiger to devour the wolf. But he still had to attack, because Yu Lingxue's killing intent had already been triggered. Even if the two clans didn't attack, Yu Lingxue would still kill. Only by listening to him and killing the Zhuge clan before begging Yu Lingxue for mercy would he have a chance of survival, and it was still very slim. But no matter what, this was his only chance. The fight between the two clans was extremely intense. Chu Yang and the others stood aside and watched, pointing and commenting. In the time it took for half an incense to burn, many people from each side had already died. Wu Jueqing said impatiently, "Since your injuries have recovered, hurry up and kill everyone. What's there to see with this bunch of bastards fighting?" Yu Lingxue smiled and said, "I'm just venting my anger. Now that they're almost done fighting, it's time for us to make our move." The husband and wife let out a long laugh. Two long swords were unsheathed at the same time, and without warning, they launched a devastating attack on the fighting crowd. Chu Yang gave the order without the slightest bit of interest. The snow sleigh continued along the main road. Moon Breeze's injuries had already mostly recovered. There was no suspense at all in dealing with these people. The result would be the same whether he watched or not. It was just that in Chu Yang's heart there was an additional killing intent toward the big clans. Lan Qingtian's screams came from behind. "Elder Yu, why are you?" The screams stopped abruptly. Chu Yang and the others had already gone a few miles before Moon Breeze finally caught up. His white robes were spotless. Chu Yang smiled. "Done? Do you feel very carefree?" Yu Lingxue laughed. "Yes, I do feel rather carefree." Chu Yang smiled and said, "You're going to be a Dharma Supreme in the future. It's fine to be honest and upright, but you have to be more careful in everything you do. Just like an imperial court, there are many loyal officials and good generals, but there are also many treacherous and despicable people. Knowing the means of the treacherous and despicable people doesn't necessarily make you a despicable person. After all, one must always be wary of others." Yu Lingxue nodded. "I will remember what you said." Feng Yuro smiled sweetly. If Chu Yang had said this in the past, perhaps no one would have believed him or even scoffed at him. But when he said this now, the weight was different, because he was the Tribulation Sword Master. Now that the Dharma Supreme had made it clear that he was an enemy, it would be strange if Chu Yang allowed him to continue living. Along the way, it was very peaceful. Moon Breeze didn't mention anything about Lan Meixian, and Chu Yang didn't want to ask too much about it. 3 days later, Feng Yuro finally said something, intentionally or otherwise. "Chu Yang, Meixian is your mother's teacher?" This sentence made Chu Yang's heart tremble. "Then is she dead or alive?" asked Chu Yang. "She shouldn't be dead. I heard that Lan Qingtian saved her and got someone to escort her home. However, she suffered extremely serious injuries and was poisoned. I'm afraid she won't be able to live for long." Feng Yuro sighed. "She used to be a very innocent and very cute girl." Chu Yang remained silent. Then he said, "Everyone will change." Yu Lingxue kept listening at the side. At this moment, he heaved a long sigh. He didn't know why he was sighing either. "Where are we going?" Feng Yuro changed the topic. Back to the southeast first, to my home, said Chuyang. Although the two of you have recovered more than half of your cultivation, your life source still hasn't recovered. However, his life force had not recovered, and Senior Wu Jueqing's injuries were also very serious. There must be a place to recuperate. My teacher's wife also needs a place to settle down. I'll only be at ease when the two of you have settled down there. Besides, with the two of you around and taking care of each other, nothing will go wrong. I won't have to worry about it. He smiled. I'll set off again from there to continue my path, to search for the fifth fragment of the Tribulation Sword. Yu Lingxue said, Actually, you can leave now to search for the fifth fragment of the Tribulation Sword. With the two of us escorting you, are you still worried? Chuyang smiled warmly. I'm not worried, but I miss my mother. Chuyang's voice was very calm, but Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro's hearts trembled for some reason. From this sentence, they could hear Chuyang's affection for his family. I miss my mother just because of such a reason. As the master of the Tribulation Sword, Chuyang didn't even hesitate to postpone his search for the Tribulation Sword just to go home and take a look. Who could understand Yu's heart? Feng Yuro suddenly felt very envious of Chuyang's mother, because she had such a son who was so concerned about her. Chuyang silently took out a bottle of spiritual spring water and handed it to the two of them. This is spiritual spring water. It can stimulate the vitality of the human body. I don't know if it'll be useful for the two of you. At present, my spiritual spring water has already started to transform into the spring of life. When it reaches the level of the spring of life, it can solve the problem of your children. Feng Yuro's face flushed red, but she received it happily. Thank you, Chuyang. Chuyang said deeply, My mother gave me all her effort and was unhappy for decades. It's not easy to be a parent, but it's also a blessing. I understand your pain very well. I also hope that I can help you fulfill your wish sooner. Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro nodded with serious expressions. After exiting the south and heading east, they received news that the entire Medicine Valley had been annihilated by an unknown force. The entire Medicine Valley was reduced to ashes. From then on, it completely disappeared from the Heaven-Tier continent. This news made everyone's hearts heavy. When they were about to reach the Black Blood Forest, Chuyang took out a jade token left behind by Zixieqing and activated it. Instantly, a majestic aura was emitted from it. It was Zixieqing's aura. It was as if that figure in white was still following him, smiling sweetly, happy and angry at the same time. Chuyang's heart felt a little sour. He wore the jade token on himself and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Every time this happened, Mo Qinggu would be very quiet. She would just accompany him quietly without saying a word. That pair of big eyes that seemed to be able to speak looked at Chuyang with unusual concern. They finally reached the Black Blood Forest. Once they entered, everyone was shocked. Countless spirit beasts, including birds, lined up neatly on both sides of the road. From big to small, they were meticulously organized without a single strand out of place. Cats and mice stood side by side. Wolves and rabbits stood side by side, not attacking each other. They were as respectful as guards of honor, leaving a wide path for everyone to walk on. Every spirit beast's eyes were filled with reverence. Oh my God, so cute! Seeing this situation, Mo Qinggu and Chu Lu are almost fainted from excitement. Both girls liked obedient little animals. Now that they saw such a magnificent scene, they were simply overjoyed. They ran to the side of the road and touched this and that, their faces full of bliss and love. All the spirit beasts were very dissatisfied with such caresses. Damn, are you treating us as your pets? Writing about Lan Qingtian made me feel disgusted, so I'll just skip over it briefly. Today, I went to the hospital often because of my waist problem, so I'm familiar with the nurses. Every time I went, they waved and said, I'm here. Today, my wife accompanied me. After I arrived, before I could say anything, 3 or 4 nurses waved at me at the same time and said, "You're here?" My wife was very angry about this. She said that she would transfer me from the city hospital to the hospital tomorrow. Today, I made a call to ask about it and suddenly felt very sad. There didn't seem to be any young nurses in the hospital. I went to write my story with tears streaming down my face. Chapter 1156. Although the spirit beasts were unhappy, Zi Xieching's coercion was still present, and none of them dared to resist. Chu Lu and Mo Qingguo even forcefully pulled out a majestic black blood mystic tiger each and rode on it. The 2 tall and big black blood tigers each weighed at least 250 kilograms. They were extremely burly. The 2 little girls rode on them and swaggered through the city. No, they swaggered through the black blood forest. This journey was actually earth-shattering. All the roads in front of them were leveled. In the black blood forest, all the people and spirit beasts stood respectfully on both sides. In front of them, there were still people clearing the way for them. It was only now that Chu Yang knew that the token that Zi Xieching had given him was probably very extraordinary. He caught a man in black who lived in the black blood forest all year round and smelled it. Only then did he know that this was the king's token of the black blood forest. With this token, one could command the entire black blood forest. Chu Yang's heart trembled. Zi Xieching was still worried about him. She didn't say anything, but still left such a powerful force for him. From the conversation, he found out that the people in the black blood forest were already used to such a life because they lived in darkness all year round. If they went out rashly, their eyes might not be able to take it, therefore. Even if they had to go out to do something, they had to wear a blindfold. Moreover, they couldn't stay outside for more than 2 months each time. Otherwise, their eyes would be destroyed. Chu Yang knew what to do. He bid farewell to the people who came up to greet him and went all the way to the center of the black blood forest. All the region masters were waiting here. Seeing that it was Chu Yang and not Zi Xieching who came, although everyone was a little suspicious, Zi Xieching's divine sense was not to be doubted. Chu Yang explained, "Zi Xieching went to the heavens beyond to do something, and will be back soon." All the region masters agreed. With Zi Xieching's ability, it was very possible for her to go to the heavens beyond to do something. She would definitely succeed. Finally, they walked out of the black blood forest. Everyone rushed for a while. Then they started to ride on the snow sleigh. In this way, they continued their journey. With the help of the wind fox, spirit beasts pulled the sleigh. They traveled more than 2,000 miles a day, but from the Zhuge clan to the flat mountain ridge, they actually took almost 2 months. The weather here, compared to the south, it was a little colder. The accumulated snow had not melted yet. The group sat on the snow sleigh and arrived at the flat mountain ridge in no time. Chu Yang had just entered the flat mountain ridge when someone rushed back to report the news. "Eldest young master is back." The Chu clan, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly burst into jubilation. Yang Ruolin quickly ran out. Chu Failing even tried to persuade her. "As a mother, you should stay in your room and wait for your son to come and greet you." "Why are you in such a hurry?" Yang Ruolin retorted. "If you're not in a hurry, why did you run out here?" Chu Failing said, "As a father, I don't need to be so particular." Yang Ruolin laughed coldly. "I forgot. That's your sworn brother." Chu Failing immediately blushed. He was so embarrassed that he didn't know what to say. The two of them raised their heads and looked at each other, only to see a row of sleighs rolling in from the distance, extremely fast. It was Chu Yang, who she had been thinking about day and night. Yang Ruolin was instantly filled with joy, but her eyes were filled with tears. Even her palms were trembling. Chu Failing wanted to say something to ease his wife's mood, but he realized that his voice was trembling. When they finally arrived, Chu Yang had already flown over. He hugged his mother. "Mother!" Yang Ruolin hugged her son back. Her tears flowed like a spring. She said in a trembling voice, Yang, my good son. I missed you so much. Chu Failing came up with red eyes. He pretended to scold them. Look at you too. What's wrong with you? There are guests here. It's simply inappropriate. Don't cry, don't cry. You can't tie your son to your side when he's grown up, right? Yang Rulin snorted and let go of her son. She looked at him carefully. You've become darker and thinner. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Actually, he had definitely gained weight during this period of time. But in his mother's heart, her son must have suffered as long as he went out. Who are your other friends? Chu Failing asked Chu Yang. Chu Yang gave him a look and said, Let's go in and talk. Chu Failing immediately knew that there were important people here. He said solemnly, okay. At this moment, Chu Lu had already flown over like a swallow. She hugged Yang Rulin and said, Aunt, I've recovered. Yang Rulin was pleasantly surprised. You've recovered? Chu Lu nodded vigorously. I've really recovered, and I've also found my father this time. He came back with us. At this moment, Chu Feiyan walked down from the snow sleigh and called, Big brother, sister-in-law. Chu Failing and Yang Rulin were pleasantly surprised. Chu Failing went forward and grabbed his third brother's arm. He was so excited that he couldn't speak. Everyone then walked into the Chu clan's courtyard. Emo Chingu walked at the back. Her head was lowered and her little face was almost stuffed into her chest. She was very shy. Oh my, I'm at elder brother Chu Yang's house. I'm going to see elder brother Chu Yang's parents soon. This ugly daughter-in-law, am finally going to see her in-laws. This is so embarrassing. What should I say? What should I say to make them like me? I'm so nervous. Chu Xiongqing and the others were already waiting in the hall. Chu Fian wasn't here. He was outside with the goods and hadn't returned yet. After dismissing the servants, Chu Yang started to introduce them. The first to be introduced was, of course, Wu Jueqing. This elder is Lu Er's new teacher. Old Master Chu stroked his beard and smiled. He said, Brother, you've worked hard. Lu Er is still young. I'll have to trouble you to teach her well. Chu Xiongqing was Chu Lu Er's grandfather. To him, calling Chu Lu Er's teacher in this way was already very polite. Wu Jueqing said lightly, It's my business to take in disciples. It has nothing to do with you. Also, don't call me brother, this form of address. It'll make me feel very weird. Chu Yang held back his laughter and said, Grandpa, this elder is one of the tribulations from 40,000 years ago. He's the successor of martial artist Chen Feng, the poison Dr. Wu Jueqing. With a thud, old master Chu Xiongqing fell from the armchair. He was dumbfounded. What did you say? I'm telling the truth. Chu Yang nodded affirmatively. Old Master Chu Xiongqing raised his head and looked at Wu Jueqing. In that instant, he suddenly felt like he was looking up at a tall mountain. He said with a trembling voice, Elder. Sin. Wu Jueqing shook his head. Sai, you'd better call me brother. It's even more awkward. Old Master. Chu made a couple of sounds and wiped the sweat off his face. My God, what has this grandson of mine been doing out there? He even managed to invite such a big shot whose name directly shook the world to the Chu clan. This is really too shocking for me. Luckily, I'm not injured or sick. If I had a heart attack or something, I'd have passed by today. Grandpa, from today onwards, Elder will be staying in the Chu clan permanently. Chu Yang threw out an important sentence. Old Master Chu's hands and feet immediately trembled. Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome. Chu Yang almost laughed out loud. Introduce these two elders to Grandpa. Chu Yang came in front of the Moon Breeze couple. Chu Xiongqing wiped his sweat and walked over with a smile. He thought to himself, Wu Jueqing should be a heavyweight. These two shouldn't be so scary anymore. Yu Lingxue was extremely polite. He smiled and bowed. I'm Yu Lingxue. This is my wife, Feng Yuro. Feng Yuro smiled and nodded. Old Master Chu hurriedly returned the greeting. Brother Yu, haha. Phone. Ah. Before he finished, he suddenly sat on the ground and his image was instantly destroyed. To Chu Xiongqing and most people in this continent, the Moon Breeze couple was much more famous than Wu Jueqing. After all, Wu Jueqing was from a long time ago and only existed in legends. There weren't many people who knew about Wu Jueqing now, but the Moon Breeze couple lived up to their name and shook the world. The legend of the Moon Breeze couple was legendary. In the heaven-level continent, they were very well known. Now, these two people were standing in front of him. How could Chu Xiongqing still maintain his composure? He panted heavily. Are you the Moon Breeze Supremacy? I'm sorry, Yu Lingshues said warmly. Old Master, Chu swallowed his saliva with difficulty. Grandfather, the Moon Breeze couple will also be staying in our house, Chu Yang said in a timely manner. Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome. Old Master Chu's head was already in a knot, and he almost couldn't think. He said almost mechanically. The successive shocks made Old Master Chu unable to react. And Chu Yang was about to continue the introduction. Hello, Grandfather. Emo Qinggu came out with a red face and bowed obediently. Her voice was a little trembling, and she only felt her whole body heating up. She didn't know what to say and felt a little dizzy. Hello. Old Master Chu Xiongqing smiled and looked at Emo Qinggu very lovingly. At the same time, he quickly calmed down his agitated mood. He thought to himself, this little girl called me grandfather the moment she came up. She shouldn't be a big shot, right? This is Emo Qinggu. Grandfather, you can call her Xiaowu, Chu Yang smiled. Yes, Xiaowu. What a cute name. Old Master Chu smiled. Xiaowu is the direct disciple of the two supreme martial artists, Buluqing and Ning Tianya. Chu Yang added a little mischievously. Hiss! Old Master Chu gasped and staggered. His mouth and eyes were crooked. Oh my God! I am dreaming! After shaking his head and confirming that he wasn't dreaming, he hurriedly said, Aya! You are the younger brother of the two supreme martial artists. How can you call me grandfather? Old Master Chu was extremely terrified. Then, wouldn't that mean that he was a generation older than Buluqing and Ning Tianya? Damn, if this spread out, people would die. Old Master Chu said without thinking, I should call you Grandaunt. Oh, what? Emo Qinggu smiled with a red face. It's only right that I call you grandfather. Chu Lu-er pursed her lips and said, Grandfather, just bear with it. This little girl is very ambitious. She wants to marry my big brother so much that she's crazy. I just received a piece of news. At the end of last month, on the 23rd or 24th, a brother left us forever. His name is the sadness of parting. Usually we call him Little Wound. At the beginning of last month, we saw him cheering for the proud world and encouraging us. The monthly votes he gave us are still in the proud world's monthly votes record. But he has already left. My heart hurts. My brother is only 17 years old. He accidentally fell down from upstairs when I received this news. I was so shocked that I couldn't speak. Human life is so fragile. I hope that the living will cherish it and the dead can rest in peace. I just want to say, brother, rest in peace. I typed a lot of words, but I still deleted them. I just want to say goodbye to my brother here. Let's not talk about anything else. I only wish my brother, bon voyage, rest in peace. Chapter 1157. When Chu Lu-er said this, everyone was shocked. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on this little girl in red who was as beautiful as a pearl. Well, actually, she couldn't be considered a little girl anymore. The current Emo Qinggu was a head taller than Chu Lu-er. She was slim and graceful and was already in the embryonic stage of a peerless beauty. The so-called half-form, well, meant that she had already grown up. It was just that she was still lacking some maturity. Yang Rulin looked at Emo Qinggu and slowly opened her mouth wide. Then She slowly turned her head and looked at her son. Her gaze froze. She remembered what her son said when the two clans wanted to arrange a marriage for him. I have a lover. She is Ning Tianya and Bu Liuqing's brother. Yang Rulin was on the verge of collapse. She thought how old supremacy Ning's brother was. In Yang Rulin's imagination, she was at least 18 years old or 20 years old. I didn't expect her to be such a little girl. This made Yang Rulin's heart drop too big. Hello, Mother Chu. Emo Qinggu came over obediently and bowed. She tried her best to put on a calm and dignified demeanor to win the favor of her future mother-in-law. Ah, good, good, good. Yang Rulin nodded, stiffly with her mouth agape. Hello, Father Chu. Emo Qinggu looked at Chu Feiling. Chu Feiling's face was also contorted. Good, 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 good. After Chu Yang's introduction, everyone drank tea and chatted in the hall. Come out with me for a while. Yang Rulin glared at him. Chu Yang rubbed his nose and followed her out. What's going on? When they came to a secluded place, Yang Rulin's face turned cold and she asked, What's going on? Chu Yang was shocked. That Xiaowu, Yang Rulin said angrily. Nothing. Chu Yang said in shock, Mother, don't you think she's pretty? Not cute, not pretty. Or is there something you're not satisfied with? She's pretty. She's even cuter and prettier. I'm satisfied with everything. Yang Rulin said angrily, but isn't she a little too young? What's wrong with that? Chu Yang didn't think much of it. Isn't it normal to have a few years difference? Martial artists have long lifespans nowadays. Even couples with a few hundred years difference in age isn't rare in this world. What's wrong with that? He thought to himself, you can't stand this. After some time, I will find you a daughter-in-law who is a few thousand years older than me. Yang Rulan was speechless for a while. Then the girl you said in the past that you fell in love with her? Yes. Chu Yang was very proud. Yang Rulan looked at her strangely. How old is she? Chu Yang suddenly felt a little guilty. Cough, cough. I think I'm 13 years old. He thought to himself, I'll be 13 in half a year. Yes. In other words, when you fell in love with her, she was only 10 years old? Yang Ruolan's eyes shone brightly. Cough. Chu Yang touched his nose. It should be, right? And then you decided to live and die together? A vow of eternal love? Yang Ruolan looked at him. A few black lines gathered between her eyebrows. Cough. This. Chu Yang was extremely embarrassed. That. Oh my, isn't this very normal? Very normal. Yang Ruolan was speechless. No wonder her son was unwilling, even when so many beauties were chasing after him. It turned out that this was the reason. Towards young girls, there was a kind of cough, 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 cough. Yang Ruolan suddenly felt a heavy responsibility. Her son looked bright and handsome. How could he have such a despicable what? He wasn't by his parents' side when he was young, which led to sigh. Yang Ruolan sighed deeply in her heart. She pulled her son to sit down and began to teach him earnestly. Yang, by right, your father should be the one to tell you this. However, your father is clumsy with words. Then, look at young girls, she said a lot of things at length. Chu Yang was puzzled at first. He couldn't make head or tail of it. Then he panicked. Then he became enlightened. Then he became dazed like a duck that was struck by lightning. Minister Chu cried, but no tears came out. I. When did I have such symptoms? Young girls? Mentally unstable? Somewhat twisted? Perverted hobbies? Chu Yang looked at his mother, who was endlessly scolding him. His eyes were dull, since Yang Ruolan had already started. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. She continued to talk about the harm and reputation. The consequences. Chu Yang's eyes were dull. His head fell freely on the stone table in front of him. With a thud, a hole was smashed in the hard stone table. Yang Ruolan was shocked. She hurriedly helped him up and comforted him. Actually, it's nothing. Don't be so depressed, boo-hoo. Minister Chu was really crying. Yang Ruolan was flustered at once. I quite like this little girl. As long as she grows up. Yes, then we will keep it a secret. We will only know each other after we grow up. Who would dare to say otherwise? Chu Yang said with tears in his eyes. Mother, you are so wise. Yang Ruolan clapped her hands and said, That's good. Let's do that. Suddenly, she remembered something. She was stunned and said, Terrible! I forgot to tell you something important. Chu Yang said listlessly, What is it? Yang Ruolan looked around and lowered her voice. She leaned close to his ear and said mysteriously, You have to promise me that you won't say that I told you this. Otherwise, the consequences will be very bad. His mother said seriously. Chu Yang immediately became serious. He said seriously, What is it? Yang Ruolan lowered her voice even more. When your father and I went to the lower 3 heavens to look for you, we met my junior sister. Do you know? My junior sister is the current emperor of the Iron Cloud Empire. I heard that you always thought that she was a man? So. Let me tell you, after that, my junior sister got pregnant. Little brat, I have a grandson. Do you understand? Chu Yang looked at Yang Ruolan with dull eyes. Why are you looking at me like that? Yang Ruolan said angrily, She is such a good girl. For you, she is willing to show her innocence. For you, she is willing to give birth to a child before marriage. For you, she is willing to, Chu Yang used his fingers to rub his temples. What Yang Ruolan said angrily, You should bring them up as soon as possible. My grandson is wandering outside. What is going on? Do you have any sense of responsibility as a man? Chu Yang agreed helplessly. But the heavens are sealed now. You should bring them up as soon as you can. My poor daughter-in-law and grandson. Yang Ruolan was in a daze for a while. She warned, Don't tell anyone that I said that. Understood. Go. Well, Mother, if she comes, should she call you senior sister or Ming? Get lost! Bang! That night, the Chu clan held a big banquet. It was announced that the eldest grandson had returned. But the real reason was only known to the higher-ups of the Chu clan. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, everyone started to disperse. They stayed in a big courtyard, specially arranged by the Chu clan. Chu Yang had not been home for a long time. Naturally, he wanted to have a good chat with his parents. After taking 2 steps, Mo Qingwu caught up with him softly. Wait, what's wrong? Chu Yang turned back. The little girl was unusually quiet today. Every word she said was graceful and elegant. She did not show her teeth when she smiled. She was very ladylike. But now, she was holding the corners of her skirt with both hands and running all the way. That Mother Chu still likes me, right? Mo Qingwu looked up. She was very nervous and expectant. I like you very much. Chu Yang nodded affirmatively. Of course, if little Wu returns to her original lively and cute self, I will like you even more. Really? Mo Qingwu was in high spirits. She twisted her small waist and pouted coquettishly. Then she hummed a little tune and left. Chu Yang rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. Just as he was about to turn around, a hand reached out and pulled him to a secluded place in the shadows. Chu Yang turned back. Yes, it was his father, Chu Fei-ling. I have something important to tell you. Chu Fei-ling's face was serious. What is it? Chu Yang was stunned. Don't tell anyone that I told you. Chu Fei-ling said seriously. Remember. Chu Yang blinked. Well, you have a girl you like now and brought her back. Your mother and I are very pleased. Chu Fei-ling's face was serious. He seemed to have some misgivings. He said hesitantly, but there is something that I have been thinking about for a long time. You must know. What is it? Chu Yang blinked. Don't tell anyone that I told you. It's like this. That year, your mother and I went to the lower three heavens to look for you. We met your mother's junior sister, little Tian Tian. Well, it turns out that she is. Chu Fei Ling lowered his voice and said mysteriously. Chu Yang's eyes widened. Aha! That's what happened. After Chu Fei Ling finished, he stroked his beard and smiled. Do you understand? I understand. Chu Yang nodded vigorously, like a chicken pecking rice. Chu Fei Ling was finally relieved. He turned around and was about to leave. He turned back and reminded Chu Yang. Don't tell anyone that I told you. Seeing his father's figure disappear into the shadows, Chu Yang held his head with both hands and squatted on the ground. He said to himself as if he had a toothache, Oh, my mother! Oh, my father! He really didn't expect that his parents would know about it. Moreover, each of them came to bombard him so mysteriously. Chu Yang felt that he was about to collapse when he returned to the small courtyard. Yang Rulin and Chu Fei Ling were already waiting there. Seeing him come in, both of them were very serious and very kind. You're back? Well, tell me about it, haha. The two of them were sanctimonious, but both of them looked as if they had done something wrong. This made Chu Yang secretly laugh in his heart. In the next few days, Chu Yang went to visit Sha Xinliang, Qin Baoshan, and the others respectively. Everyone had a joyous gathering, but both Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan secretly warned Chu Yang. Don't trust the law enforcement officers. Now, among the law enforcement officers, there was a faint voice. Get rid of Chu Yang. Both Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan were extremely worried about this. Chapter 1158. Moreover, from Qin Baoshan and Sha Xinliang's words, the law enforcement headquarters were extremely dissatisfied with the Southeast law enforcement officers. The Southeast law enforcement officers were especially dissatisfied with the Flat Mountain Ridge branch. The two of them were very likely to be transferred back, and they already had the intention to do so. Moreover, the law enforcement master of the Southeast region, Han Shaoran, would also be transferred back within a short period of time. Later, Sha Xinliang said to Chu Yang with a heavy heart, Little brother, the Chu clan is still fine with the two of us here. Some time ago, the Shao clan came to find trouble with the Chu clan, but we sent them back in the name of law enforcement officers. But if we leave, Sai, please tell old Master Chu that the Chu clan needs to be cautious in the future. After a meal, Qin Baoshan and Sha Xinliang both drank till they were dead drunk and passed out. Chu Yang sent the two of them back and sat in the law enforcement branch for a long time before returning to the Chu clan. Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan weren't good people, but the words they said today and the sincerity they showed really warmed Chu Yang's heart and made him feel touched. As for the law enforcement officers changing people to deal with the Chu clan or the Shao clan coming to find trouble with them, Chu Yang wasn't worried at all. With Wu Jueqing and Moon Breeze here, this place was already the world's biggest trap. Even if the Heavenly Master came personally, this place would also be impregnable. After returning home, Chu Yang lived peacefully for 1.5 months. The only strange thing was that the elder master of the Chu clan, Chu Xiaoxin, actually only came to say hello to the arrival of so many strong people, and then went back to his own courtyard to live in seclusion. This indifference made Chu Yang admire him endlessly. What was even more unexpected was that Wu Jueqing and Moon Breeze actually admired Chu Xiaoxin's indifference. Moreover, the three of them actually started to chat and walk around with Chu Xiaoxin frequently. Of course, what was even more unexpected to Chu Yang was that, as the three of them went over frequently, Chu Xiaoxin became annoyed. The three of them went over to drink Chu Xiaoxin's treasured tea. Finally, one day, Elder Master Chu fiercely drove Wu Jueqing out alive. Wu Jueqing was driven out, but not only did he not feel offended, he even laughed loudly and went over more frequently from then on. Chu Yang was confused about the interactions between these old fellows. Who would dare to drive Wu Jueqing out? In this world, even the big clans wouldn't dare to do so. Drive Wu Jueqing away. But if he was unhappy, He could raise his hand and turn everything within a radius of several hundred miles into a land of death. Who could bear such a consequence? But Chu Xiaoxin dared to. Not only did he dare, but he also chased him out while cursing and scolding. Furthermore, being chased away like this made Wu Jueqing even happier. He ran there 3 times a day, even more diligently. Apart from teaching disciples, he stayed at Chu Xiaoxin's place and refused to leave. Regarding this, Chu Yang was puzzled. In the end, Chu Xiaoxin had no choice but to acquiesce. Sometimes the two of them would sit opposite each other and drink tea. When Wu Jueqing went over, he didn't say a word. After drinking tea for half a day, he stood up and left. Chu Xiaoxin didn't send him off either. From the beginning to the end, the two of them did not speak. Sometimes, when the Moon Breeze couple went, it was the same. Without saying a word, he drank his tea in silence. Chu Yang had a vague understanding of the situation, but he couldn't understand it. This is a kind of desolation. This place is truly outside the world. Wu Jueqing once said to the equally curious Chu, I didn't expect Chu Xiaoxin to be a true outsider in the real, boundless, secular world. Sigh. All of you are still young and don't understand. You don't have to understand either. Chu Lu, related to Chu Yang, half understanding. Chu Yang stood there for a long time and didn't speak. Desolation was also a kind of concept, especially after experiencing the vicissitudes of life, the kind of desolation that survivors felt when facing each other. They didn't know whether they were reminiscing or lamenting about it, right? 1.5 months later, Chu Yang finally decided to set off. This time, Chu Lu and Mo Qingguo both stayed at the Chu clan. Only Chu Yang, Dong Wushang, and Rui Batong went out. Even Mo Layer stayed. Everyone was a little reluctant to leave, but the Moon Breeze couple and Wu Jueqing's words made the final decision. If you don't go out and make a name for yourself when you are young, when will you? What can you achieve by indulging in love? If you stay in the flat mountain ridge like this for the rest of your life, sooner or later, your clan will be exterminated. Before leaving, the Moon Breeze couple brought Chu Yang to one side and specially instructed him. You really don't intend to have one of us accompany you? Feng Yuro looked at Chu Yang worriedly. You can be said to be irreconcilable with the big clans now. If they want to kill you, even if the big clans lose 400 to 500 supreme martial artists in one go, each clan will only have 50 supreme martial artists. Moreover, since they can send out so many supreme martial artists, there will definitely be a lot of people watching over the clan. After all, the foundation is always the most important. With your current cultivation, it's really not enough. But if we follow you, I'm afraid we really won't be able to grow. Chu Yang said seriously, if men don't sharpen themselves between life and death, they won't be able to achieve great things. Yu Lingxue was silent. If you really want to go out, then you must be prepared to escape at any time. And you must be very careful of a few people. Yu Lingxue was silent for a long time before he said this. What few people? Asked Chu Yang. The morning rain and evening sun do not regret the sword. Autumn and spring waves meet the wind. The heavens roar. Looking back, it's already late at night. Yu Lingxue recited a poem word by word. Chu Yang was surprised. There is a person's name here. This person is the son of tribulation back then. The person who single-handedly founded the big clans. Yu Lingxue said indifferently, although they haven't appeared in the world for 10,000 years. Once they appear, you've also had a taste of Zhuge Sangqiong's prowess, and Zhuge Sangqiong is the firmament of this clan. May I know who the other few people are? Asked Chu Yang. Xiao Chenyu of the Xiao clan, Ling Muyang of the Ling clan, Lan Buhui of the Lan clan, Qiu of the Jia clan, Li Chuanbo of the Li clan, Qining Feng of the Qin clan, Zhuge Sangqiong of the Zhuge clan, Shi Pao Xiao of the Shi clan, and of course the number one expert of this clan is Yi Qin of the Yi clan. Yu Lingxue said, Come, I'll tell you about these people's habits, looks, habits, voices, and so on. Once you meet them, don't expose your identity. Run as far as you can immediately. Okay. Chu Yang, Dong Wushang, and Rue Batong followed Yu Lingxue. They listened attentively, remembering every word that Yu Lingxue said deeply in their minds. The first-generation ancestors of the big clans, the founders of the big clans. A few of them were people that even Yu Lingxue had to carefully introduce after listening to the introduction. Chu Yang finally had some impression of them. He couldn't help but say, rather gloomily, "The second grandmasters are all dead, and the first grandmasters have appeared. After killing all of them, there won't be any more special grandmasters, right? Then there definitely won't be any special grandmasters coming out." Yu Lingxue's smile was very meaningful. However, it won't be easy for you to kill these people. It won't be easy at all. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Chu Yang with a smile. At least, before you're cut into 7 or 8 pieces, it will be very difficult. Chu Yang's face was full of black lines. He deeply felt that these days, whenever he chatted with Moon Breeze, he would start talking about schemes and whatnot. Now, the originally simple and honest Yu Lingxue had actually started to play tricks. The evils he brought on himself were the hardest to bear. After retreating, Rue Batong was very puzzled. Scratching his head, he said, "Boss, do we have to cut you into 7 or 8 pieces first in order to kill those few old fellows? I really don't understand what you're saying. Does Boss also have the ability to be immortal and indestructible?" Chu Yang kicked him and said angrily, "I'm not a bird. Get lost." "I'm not a bird either." Rue Batong was extremely aggrieved. He said angrily, "Which part of me looks like a bird?" Dong Wushang said expressionlessly, "You look like one in the crotch." Rue Batong was furious. "You look like one in the crotch too." Chu Yang shouted angrily, "What are you arguing about? All men look alike. Get lost." He turned to Dong Wushang and said bitterly, "Wushang, you should let him ole or see if you look like one." Dong Wushang was dumbfounded. "Boss you, I'll go back and prepare." Chu Yang shrugged and left. Rue Batong winked and poked Dong Wushang. "What did Sister Lei say after she saw it?" Dong Wushang said with a black face, "Your Sister Lei said, 'Wow, you really look like an immortal and indestructible phoenix.'" Rue Batong flew into a rage. He let out a strange cry and punched and kicked at him. The two of them instantly got into a fight. Mo Lei just happened to walk out and asked in surprise, "What are you two doing? You feel uncomfortable if you don't fight for a day, right?" Rue Batong shouted, "Sister Lei, this bastard said that you said that he." Dong Wushang pounced on him furiously. "Shut up." He waved his fists and beat him up. Rue Batong struggled to speak, but Dong Wushang desperately stopped him. Mo Lei's face was full of doubts. That night, Dong Wushang was beaten up by Mo Lei. Miss Mo was very angry and also very wronged. She gave him a good beating. "When did I see it?" 3 days later, Chu Yang, Dong Wushang, and Rue Batong bade farewell to their relatives. The 3 of them set off from the main gate of the Chu clan and disappeared on the long road of the flat mountain ridge, like a whirlwind. "Boss, where are we going this time?" "Northwest." "Northwest? How far?" "From here, 47,000 miles. It's so far. It'll definitely be fun on the way." "Yes, you immortal bird. Dying and coming back to life again and again. It'll definitely be fun." Wahahaha! The 3 of them rushed out of the flat mountain ridge. At this moment, it was already spring and flowers were blooming. The land was lush and green. As far as the eye could see, it was full of spring sunshine. The 3 of them were somewhat smug. Both Rue Batong and Dong Wushang were very excited. This time, it was the first time after 3 days that they would truly roam the martial world with their boss side by side. Galloping in the upper 3 heavens, Chu Yang took the lead, Dong Wushang on the left and Rue Batong on the right. The 3 brothers' backs were ramrod straight and their horses were like dragons. Dust billowed as they disappeared at the end of the road. "Northwest, I'm coming." Wind, thunder platform. The 5th fragment of the tribulation sword. "I'm coming." Chapter 1159. They continued to travel day and night, and continued to cross mountains as if they were flying. The scenery along the way was no different from the last time Chu Yang went out to the southeast. But his state of mind was completely different. Last time he was fearful and uneasy about his future position, but this time he was full of ambition. After the medicine banquet, who didn't know Chu Yang in the world? The #1 pharmacist in the world. Chu Yang. Who didn't know Chu Yang in the big clans? Apart from the Tribulation Swordmaster, he was the most potential enemy. Along the way, Chu Yang and the other two talked and laughed and reminisced. It was here that Lu and I met Wei Wuyan. Chu Yang smiled, and there was an indescribable kind of reminiscence and longing in his smile. Here, Wei Wuyan fought with Wan Renjie and the other two. Here, I met Wan Renjie. Here, I saved Wei Wuyan and also got the poisonous inner elixir of the human face rainbow spider. Here, I fought with the Shao clan. Here, I met Yu Lingxue for the first time, and he sealed 3,000 miles in ice. From here, I entered the Black Blood Forest. Crossing the Black Blood Forest again, Chu Yang's heart was sour. The jade token in his arms seemed to be emitting a scorching aura, warming him, but also reminding him, if we meet again in the clouds, please sweep away the fallen flowers in Jiangnan. The journey was very peaceful, so peaceful that the three of them couldn't get used to it. Since coming out from the flat mountain ridge, crossing the southeast thousands of miles and crossing the Black Blood Forest, they actually didn't encounter anything. They didn't even see any big spirit beasts. They just came here as if they were on a sightseeing tour. They couldn't help but feel a little bored. Just in front, the three big clans surrounded Wei Wuyan and his master Hong Liang, and Lu Big Sister Z, and I met here. Speaking up to this point, Chu Yang suddenly stopped. This was because he had discovered something. Along the way, he basically saw packs of wild wolves, and his memory reached this point. There should be the biggest pack of wild wolves, and the 7 masters of the Long clan were fed to the wolves by him. But where was the wolf pack now? There wasn't even a single wolf here. Chu Yang was bewildered as he looked around. Rui Butong asked, "What's wrong?" Chu Yang said indifferently, "Nothing much. I was just thinking that we encountered so many wolf packs along the way. Why are there no wolf packs here?" Rui Butong looked around and said, "That's true. The mountains here were high, and the forests were dense. It was indeed a suitable place for wolves to roam about, but there were none." "Haha, don't tell me they were all killed?" "You're right." A gloomy voice said, "The wolves were all killed by someone. Furthermore, I was the one who killed them all." The 3 of them were startled. They saw a cloud of mist in front of them, and an old man in green robes appeared. This green-robed old man had a pale complexion and a slender body. His eyes flickered with light as he looked at the 3 of them. The 3 of them felt a chill in their hearts. This person's cultivation was extremely high. The 3 of them didn't notice him at all, but he had actually appeared out of nowhere. From this, it was clear that he was a Jizuan realm expert, and an advanced Jizuan realm expert at that. The green-robed old man's gaze swept across the 3 of them. Then his gaze landed on Chu Yang's face. "Little doll, what did you say just now? You've seen the 3 super clans besieging Wei Wuyan and his master Hong Liang here?" The green-robed old man asked with his hands behind his back. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He remembered something. 2 souls are connected, and 1 heart is united. Could it be that this old man was the one who used the secret technique on Lan Ruyan? Chu Yang rolled his eyes, and an idea came to him. "Yes." Chu Yang said neither humbly nor overbearingly, "I was walking from here at that time and happened to see the great battle. I didn't dare to show myself, so I secretly observed for a while. However, I only took 1 look and left immediately for fear of getting into trouble." The green-robed old man pondered for a while and actually didn't continue to ask. Instead, he asked, "What's your name?" "I'm Gu Duxing." Chu Yang said frankly, "May I know who you are?" Gu Duxing. The green-robed old man smiled and said, Gu Duxing, martial saint level at such a young age. Why haven't I heard of such a young hero in the upper three heavens? That's because you're ignorant. Rue Batong said, My second brother Gu is one of the three influential figures in the upper three heavens. How can he be a nobody? The green-robed old man rolled his eyes and said lightly, So you're a talent of the upper three heavens. Chu Yang said, I don't dare to. My younger brother's words are rude. Please forgive him. The green-robed old man said casually, If I get angry even over such things, I'll really be angry for a long time. He turned and asked Chu Yang, Gu Duxing, there's a Gu clan in the upper three heavens? When did you come up to the upper three heavens? Chu Yang said without blinking, My Gu clan is also considered a famous clan in the upper three heavens. Her. 1 year ago, I followed the law enforcement officers up to the upper three heavens. The green-robed old man pondered for a while and said, Then you're from the law enforcement officers. I don't have such qualifications. However, my teacher is a law enforcement officer. Chu Yang answered very cautiously. May I know who your teacher is? Asked the green-robed old man. Chu Yang looked hesitant and said, This. The green-robed old man sneered. You didn't just leave from here last time, right? Instead, you shouldered a mission? Chu Yang was shocked. He took 3 steps back at once. I don't really understand what you mean. The green-robed old man chuckled. Lang Ilong invited the 3 super clans to besiege Hong Wuliang, but he didn't send anyone himself. You are that person? Chu Yang's expression changed. Please forgive me for not understanding what you mean. He bowed. I'll take my leave now. But the 3 of them had just left when the green-robed old man's figure swayed again. He said, Gu Duxing, you're Lang Yilong's younger brother. Chu Yang was shocked. I don't understand. I still have something important to attend to. I'll pay you a visit in the future. The green-robed old man put on a fake smile. No matter how tight your mouth is, it's already useless. Chu Yang's face turned green and white. He said, I don't understand what you mean. The green-robed old man sneered. Lang Ilong was afraid that the 3 super clans would go against him in secret. So he sent someone here to investigate. The person he sent was naturally his favorite brother. Therefore, you definitely didn't leave after just taking a look. Instead, you watched from the beginning to the end. Chu Yang remained silent. There was a look of panic on his face. I only care about you. How did Lon Ruayun, 7th young Master Lon, die? The green-robed old man stared at him. I only want to ask you this. Answer me truthfully and you may leave. Otherwise, even if Lang Ilong himself was here, he definitely wouldn't dare to move if I told him not to. Chu Yang said hurriedly, But I didn't see. That green-robed old man didn't wait for him to finish. Suddenly he shouted, Lon Ruayun was killed by you. This shout was made with an incomparable amount of mental energy. Chu Yang turned pale with fright. He said hurriedly, Elder, 7th young Master Lan's death has nothing to do with me at all. It has nothing to do with me. He is. The green-robed old man laughed sinisterly. So you did see it. Then he stepped forward with his hands behind his back. Speak. If you don't die. Chu Yang's expression changed. He was clearly struggling internally. He said, I can speak, but I have 2 requests. The green-robed old man said indifferently, Speak. His heart was already extremely anxious. He was more than 1,000 years old, and he had an only son by accident. However, he died again. He followed the spiritual resentment to find him, but he didn't expect that he would find a pack of wolves. After killing all of the wolves, he found the pack of wolves. After killing all the wolves, he searched everywhere, but didn't find any traces at all. Now, he finally saw a ray of hope. The first request, after I tell you, you must not make things difficult for us, said Chu Yang. Easy. You only need to tell me truthfully. Why would I make things difficult for you? The green-robed old man nodded. The second request, you must not reveal that I was the one who told you. Chu Yang said solemnly, the other party is very powerful. I definitely won't dare to provoke such an enemy. All right. Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. You're right. My teacher is Enforcer Lang. The last time I came, I was indeed here to check on that. Progress. The green-robed old man revealed an expression that said as expected. Continue. After reaching here, there was a huge battle. Hong Wuliang and his disciple escaped with serious injuries. Then they escaped from the pass guarded by 7th young Master Lan. Chu Yang said. The other two people were extremely dissatisfied. It can't be. The green-robed old man frowned. The people from the Lan clan who came back then were several times more powerful than Hong Wuliang. They could actually break through from the Lan clan with serious injuries? Yes, because 7th young Master Lan coughed. Saw a beauty. Chu Yang said rather embarrassedly, she was indeed an outstanding beauty. The green-robed old man obviously knew his illegitimate son's temperament better than anyone else. He nodded. Where did such a beauty come from in the middle of the night? Chu Yang said, this, I really don't know. But I heard that Zhuge clan's young Master Zhuge recently took in a new concubine. These two matters seem to be completely unrelated. However, murderous intent flashed across the green-robed old man's eyes. He said, continue. Chu Yang said, at that time the other two elders accused Duke Lan of neglecting his duty. But Duke Lan wasn't convinced. Moreover, he took the initiative to strike first. Young Master Zhuge seemed to be seriously injured, the green-robed old man thought. With Lan Run's character, it's not impossible for such a thing to happen. In fact, it's highly possible, then, that Zhuge clan's young master tried his best to stop the conflict and apologized to 7th young Master Lan. Chu Yang frowned and said, originally, things should have stopped at this point. At that time, I was rather far away. When I saw the 3 clans walking together and about to leave this place, I was about to go back and report. But I suddenly realized that the 3 clans who were originally walking side by side, the Yi clan and the Zhuge clan, suddenly joined forces to attack the Lan clan. This matter is really extremely strange. Chu Yang frowned and said, I still can't figure it out. It's rare for someone to be given the right ones, and they're starting to spread rumors about me. When did I hug a teddy bear to sleep last night? It's really comical. I'm already so old. It's just that when I wake up, I'm still very hurt. I remember that before I went to sleep, I was still in first place. Now, I've become second place, and I'm 500 votes away from first place. I'm going to faint. So fast? Begging for votes. I'll continue to write. Second update. Third update. Chapter 1160. The elderly man in green snorted. Strange? What's so strange about that? Chu Yang didn't say anything. The elderly man in green said, in that case, the ones who killed Lan Ruiyun were from the Zhuge clan and the Yi clan? Chu Yang hesitated for a moment before he replied, not entirely. Later on, Duke Lan was so severely injured that he couldn't move. An expert from the Zhuge clan who saw him seemed to have said something. Then he went into the forest and caught a wolf. The elderly man in green's eyes were full of murderous intent. He shouted furiously, stop talking. Chu Yang immediately kept quiet out of fear. The elderly man in green's face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking about. For a long time he didn't move. Then, as if talking to himself, he said, Gu Duxing, when things get serious, are you willing to testify for me? Chu Yang was thinking about what to do next. When he heard him call him Gu Duxing, he almost didn't react. He said cautiously, please forgive me for not being able to make the decision. Everything depends on Master's wishes. The elderly man in green said dispassionately, of course. When the time comes, I will naturally go to the law enforcement headquarters and ask Lang Yilong to come out. Chu Yang said, "If Master agrees to step in, I will naturally not shirk my duty." The elderly man in green smiled dispassionately and said, "All right." Suddenly, he disappeared in front of the three of them. His voice came from the void. "When the time comes, I will look for the both of you." Dong Wushang and Rue Batong cooperated without saying a word. When they saw that the elderly man in green had left, they wanted to ask something, but Chu Yang stopped them. The three of them continued on their journey in silence. They sped up the entire way until they were about 400 to 500 miles away on the main road. Only then did Chu Yang breathe a sigh of relief. "Boss, I don't really understand this matter." Rue Batong had been holding it in for a long time. Now that he could finally ask, he couldn't wait to talk about it. "What's there to not understand?" Chu Yang smiled dispassionately. "This lie will be exposed very easily. That man doesn't have a disciple called Gu Duxing. The moment the two of them meet, the lie will be exposed." Rue Batong said, "When the time comes, this person will come looking for you. That Lang Yilong, who claims to be the chief clan master of the law enforcement interrogation hall, will also come looking for you. This doesn't really match your usual way of doing things, boss. It's good that it's exposed." Chu Yang smiled and said, "What I'm afraid of is that the law enforcement master of the torture hall won't come looking for me. It's great that he came to find me." Dong Wushang and Rue Batong were extremely puzzled as they looked at him in bewilderment. Chu Yang smiled mysteriously and made a face at the two of them. Chu Yang's heart was beating fast. He was thinking of a passage. The purple crystal hand can only be cultivated in a purple crystal mine with a high concentration of purple crystals. After successfully cultivating it, he would be able to maintain the power of the purple crystal hand. Once injured, or if the amethyst hand divine art suffers a destructive blow, the only way to truly recover is to return to the original place of cultivation. As for the third section of the Calamity Sword, it has a name called Purple Chi from the East. Only a place like this could hide for 10,000 years. In other words, it was a place where one could cultivate the amethyst hand. I'm more than 50% confident that I'll be able to find it. Chu Yang smiled in his heart. Lang Yilong was at the law enforcement headquarters. If he were to go to the headquarters with his current strength, he would undoubtedly be courting death. If he were to come out of seclusion to look for this Gu Duxing, under the pressure of this green-robed man, that would be the best outcome. Therefore, the moment Chu Yang saw this green-robed man, he had already decided on this strategy. Even though it was a little risky, and this lie could easily be exposed and there were many dangers involved, Chu Yang was willing to accept this risk. What he wanted was to be exposed. This green-robed old man was undoubtedly that Lan Ruiyun's real father. He was that old man who had made a cuckold out of his own grandchild. This time, even though he was half skeptical of Chu Yang's words, he would definitely go to the Zhuge clan and the Yi clan to ask. Once he did, this old man would definitely be even more confused. Therefore, his next step would definitely be to look for Lang Yilong. Once he looked for Lang Yilong, his lie would be exposed. Given this green-robed old man's capabilities, he obviously wouldn't be able to find this Gu Duxing of his from the incomparably vast heavens continent. It must be the law enforcement master of the law enforcement hall, Lang Yilong, who gave the order. This way, he would be able to gradually get closer to Lang Yilong. However, the prerequisite was that he had to go through countless bloody killings. However, how could there be no killings in the martial world? Chu Yang and the other two traveled thousands of miles, cutting diagonally from the southeast all the way to the northwest. On this day, they had already entered the Yi clan's territory. However, they could also clearly sense that the closer they got, the more tense the atmosphere became. The three of them didn't understand what was going on. They wanted to find someone to ask, but everyone was in a hurry. After a few more days, it seemed like everyone was scurrying back and forth with a portrait in their hands. Everyone had a look of indignation on their faces. When Dong Wushang saw that the town ahead wasn't very far away and that the population was gradually becoming denser, he finally couldn't take it anymore. With his saber on his back, he stood in the middle of the road like an iron tower and stopped 3 people with portraits in their hands. "The 3 of you, I have something to ask you." The 3 of them looked at him warily. "What is it?" Dong Wushang pointed at the portraits that the 3 of them were holding and asked, "What is this?" Seeing Dong Wushang's rude and unreasonable attitude, one of them said discontentedly, "Why should we tell you?" Before he finished speaking, Dong Wushang had already grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. I'll tell you." That person immediately begged for mercy. This fellow was young, but he was actually lifted up without even being able to see him clearly. It looked like he was an expert. This is the portrait of the evil bandit Chu Yang. With a look of indignation, that person unfolded a portrait. Chu Yang was leaning sideways to listen. He was looking at the movements in the distance. His heart was moved when he heard these words. So he immediately changed his appearance. The evil bandit Chu Yang? Dong Wushang flew into a rage. How did Chu Yang become an evil bandit? That person wasn't afraid at all this time. He said, "That evil bandit Chu Yang actually killed everyone in the Medicine Valley." What kind of highly respected seniors were the physicians of the Medicine Valley? They saved the world and cared for the people. Now, Chu Yang has actually lost his mind and killed them all. Such a bastard, isn't he an evil bandit? Or what? Chu Yang killed everyone in the Medicine Valley. Dong Wushang and Rui Batong looked at each other. Even Chu Yang, who was listening at the side, couldn't help but widen his eyes. When they opened the portrait, all 3 of them were stunned. On it was Chu Yang's portrait. Sharp brows and starry eyes. What a handsome young man. This portrait actually drew a 70 to 80% resemblance to Chu Yang's appearance. In particular, that calm and evil aura, simple and honest with an eccentric aura, was even more lifelike. The 3 of them were stunned. After the medicine banquet, Chu Yang received the title of the world's #1 physician. The Medicine Valley conferred him the title of the 7th High Priest with a lofty status. However, no one expected Chu Yang to harbor evil intentions. He came with a motive, his motive, to destroy the Medicine Valley. After Chu Yang followed the experts into the Medicine Valley, he made use of everyone's trust in him and poisoned the water source of the Medicine Valley. Then, one by one, he killed so many good people in the Medicine Valley. Every last one of them was slaughtered. And after he killed them, he even set a big fire and burned the entire Medicine Valley to the ground. Such behavior is truly deranged. Everyone has the right to punish him. After some understanding, Chu Yang and the other 2 finally understood the whole story. The Medicine Valley was suddenly destroyed a few months ago. This matter caused a huge uproar in the entire heavenly layer. It was said that the law enforcement officers and the big clans didn't dare to be negligent and immediately launched a thorough investigation. After that, all the traces of the investigation indicated that the perpetrator was the newly promoted 7th High Priest of the Medicine Valley, the one who was recently elected as the world's #1 physician, Chu Yang. All the corpses in the Medicine Valley were confirmed except for Chu Yang's. From this point, they started to make breakthroughs and slowly dug to the bottom of the matter. Only then did they realize that Chu Yang was the real culprit. After that, after careful digging, they finally confirmed that this Chu Yang was actually an extraterrestrial demon. The so-called extraterrestrial demon was an extremely evil demonic organization. This demon was no different from a human, but it had always fed on human lives and increased its strength through eating humans. It was truly evil to the extreme. Hundreds of people went missing from the Medicine Valley. Those people must have been eaten by Chu Yang, the extraterrestrial demon. The extraterrestrial demon wandered outside the heavenly layer and had always wanted to occupy the heavenly layer and eat up all the people in the heavenly layer so that it would become a place for demons to breed. However, It was precisely because the law enforcement officers, the big clans, and the Medicine Valley stood firm and formed an unbreakable iron triangle that ensured the stability of the heavenly layer for more than 100,000 years. Now, the Medicine Valley, one of the Iron Triangle, was actually uprooted by the extraterrestrial demon using such a despicable method. From this, it could be seen that the invasion of the extraterrestrial demon was just around the corner. Therefore, the big clans and the law enforcement officers jointly issued a statement, summoned the whole world to search for Chu Yang. This was a matter of great importance. Everyone in the heavenly layer had the responsibility to kill Chu Yang and interrogate him about the whereabouts and plans of the extraterrestrial demon. They must eliminate this endless calamity for the heavenly layer continent. This matter was so serious that it was actually issued by the Dharma Supreme himself, which was extremely rare. Moreover, it was stamped with the Dharma Supreme seal. It emphasized the authenticity of this matter. The Dharma Supreme seal was stamped on the law enforcement officer's search list. This was irrefutable evidence. It directly blocked any doubts about this matter. The Almighty Dharma Supreme had already confirmed the existence of this matter. What else do you have to say? You still have doubts about this matter? Could it be that the Dharma Supreme is inferior to you? Therefore, once the Dharma Supreme search warrant was issued, the whole world was instantly in a state of panic and began to search for Chu Yang together against a common enemy. After hearing such a strange legend, Chu Yang and the other two were stunned. If they guessed correctly, the destruction of the Medicine Valley was definitely done by the Dharma Supreme and the law enforcement officers. Who would have thought that such a huge pot of shit would actually be placed on Chu Yang's head? And it was done in such a solid manner. It was impossible to even defend himself. Did he have to defend himself in front of the whole world? Say that he was not an extraterrestrial demon, that there was no such thing as an extraterrestrial demon in this world, that all of this was a rumor made up by the Dharma Supreme? But who would believe it? When he saw the words of the Phoenix Dance Alliance master, his heart warmed. It was not the first time that Feng Ling had been misunderstood by others. Brother, you really don't have to clarify things for me. The more I say, the more mistakes I will make. I might as well not say anything. Here, I only wish you a safe journey. I would like to make a request to the Proud World brothers everywhere. We, the Proud World, need subscriptions. We, the Proud World, need a strong base of subscriptions to help us win every battle. We have been fighting alone for far too long. Brothers, we need your help. Please have the ability of the World Pride brothers. Come to the net to join our World Pride team. Thank you. Chapter 1161. Would the people in the world believe Chu Yang? Or would they believe the Dharma Supreme? This was something that didn't need to be said at all. When the Dharma Supreme was at the heavens, he was supreme. That was unquestionable. Since the Dharma Supreme said that there were extraterrestrial demons, then there must be. You, Chu Yang, must be. You say no, and it's not? Bring out the evidence. Even if you bring out the evidence, we won't believe you. Seeing that Chu Yang and the other two didn't make things difficult for them, the trio didn't dare to ask for the portraits, and left quickly. Let the fun begin. _. I really don't know what to say anymore. Rue Batong pulled at his hair, looking like he was about to break down. Fuck, such a ridiculous lie can actually be concocted and actually be believed by the whole world. This world is really crazy. Dong Wushang and Chu Yang were speechless. Extraterrestrial demons. What was that? This was no longer ridiculous. It was simply ridiculous. And it was ridiculous to a certain extent. Boss, this time, you are really in danger. Dong Wushang looked at Chu Yang and said word by word. Chu Yang didn't say anything, but sighed first. This time it wasn't normal danger, but danger at every step. This matter was extraordinarily serious. Once this announcement was made, the whole world had already become his enemy. This is ridiculous. Rue Batong said angrily. For more than 100,000 years, we have never heard of any extraterrestrial demons. Now that the Dharma Supreme says it, They actually believe it. How stupid are these people? Chu Yang said quietly, "It's not that they are stupid, but that the Dharma Supreme's prestige is too high." He sighed and said, "This move is really vicious. The people of the world are actually very easy to fool." The three of them looked at each other, helpless. This kind of situation was absolutely unexpected. Now, not only the big clans, but the whole world was Chu Yang's enemy. And there was a reason for this. Many of them were hot-blooded heroes. If Chu Yang's identity was recognized, it would be a tragic end. Once he fought back, it would definitely confirm the brutal reputation of the extraterrestrial demons. But if he didn't fight back, was he supposed to wait for death? Not good. Dong Wushang said, "Since they can do this, then they will definitely mobilize people to besiege the Chu clan in the southeast. I'm not worried about that side." Chu Yang frowned and said, "With the Moon Breeze elders and Wu Juetching there, no matter how many people go, it will be of no use. However, along the way, the three of us need to change our appearances. Let's avoid this storm first. I'm afraid that even a disguise won't help." Dong Wushang sighed. True enough. As the three of them walked forward, more and more people gathered around them. They were all talking about Chu Yang. There were more and more, and the information was getting more and more accurate. How Chu Yang gained the trust of the Medicine Valley, how he snuck into the Medicine Valley, how he poisoned them, how he killed them, how he ate them, and how he left. Everything was vividly portrayed. How to sneak into the continent. This should have been done a long, long time ago, when he came to the Chongtian continent. At that time, there was no one on the continent with the surname Chu. Thus, the Chu clan appeared. Chu Yang was actually the elder ancestor of the Chu clan, but because of the characteristics of the extraterrestrial demon that ate humans, he maintained his immortal appearance. This extraterrestrial demon had prepared for a long time before he finally chose the opportunity of the medicine banquet to sneak into the Medicine Valley. Moreover, the law enforcement officers began to reorganize themselves quickly and decisively. The law enforcement master of the southeast region, Han Shaoran, was a bad judge of character and recommended the extraterrestrial demon as a pharmacist. His participation in the medicine banquet led to this disaster. Although Han Shaoran didn't know about it, he couldn't shirk his responsibility. He was transferred out of the southeast region and demoted to an ordinary iron plate law enforcement officer. He was sent back to the headquarters for trial. Sha Xinliang and the rest of the law enforcement officers of the Flat Mountain Ridge had been derelict in their duties. All of them were transferred back to the headquarters for punishment. The person in charge of the Flat Mountain Ridge's auction hall, Qin Baoshan, the person in charge of the Blood Payers Hall, were all removed from their duties and sent back to the headquarters for trial. The henchmen of the extraterrestrial demon Chu Yang, including Dong Wushang, Rui Butong, and the rest, were all painted and wanted by the world. It was estimated that Dong Wushang and Rui Butong were also the incarnations of the extraterrestrial demon. Meng Charan was the teacher of the extraterrestrial demon Chu Yang. He should be an extraterrestrial demon of the older generation, and wanted to be punished by the world. Along the way, Chu Yang kept hearing such news. He was very anxious. It didn't matter to him. He wasn't even worried about his family, with the Moon Breeze couple and Wu Juetching around. Even if the Dharma Supreme came personally, he wouldn't be able to get anything out of it. However, what happened to Han Shaoran, Sha Xinliang, and the rest made Chu Yang furious. "It's fine if you want to deal with me alone, but why do you want to implicate innocent people too? What should we do?" After hearing about what happened to Han Shaoran and the rest, the three stopped in a small town. Dong Wushang looked at Chu Yang and asked. Chu Yang stood by the window and looked at the night sky outside. He didn't move for a long time. "When I went to the law enforcement department, Brother Sha once said that they might be transferred. Now I know that he said that to comfort me, so that I wouldn't be worried. The real situation is they're actually being interrogated." Chu Yang said coldly, "Brother Sha and Brother Qin have both helped me a lot, and the Dharma Supreme hates me to the core now. If they're really taken back to the law enforcement headquarters to be interrogated, they'll really die. Even Han Shaoran won't be able to escape death. So, we must take care of this matter, Chu Yang said heavily. However, this matter is definitely a trap. Rue Butong said seriously, which was rare for him. Boss, you shouldn't have thought that the law enforcement officers spread this news to lure you to intercept them and rescue them. Therefore, the people who are escorting them are definitely experts. Moreover, we didn't hide the news all the way out of the southeast. So, they must know that we're out, but no one intercepted us along the way. That meant that all of their arrangements were here. They're all on the way to escort Han Shaoran and the rest. Firstly, we're too far away from the southeast. Moon Breeze couple can't provide support in time. Secondly, you can't go back and get reinforcements in time. Rue Butong analyzed. After all, we don't have the means of communication like the law enforcement officers and the big clans. So, we have to rely on ourselves to complete everything. And with the strength of the three of us against those experts, it's really no different from sending ourselves to our deaths. It had to be said that Rue Butong's analysis was very logical and meticulous. This analysis made Chu Yang and Dong Wushang see him in a new light. How can I not know? Chu Yang sighed heavily. His eyes were resolute. Not only that, this conspiracy is linked together. Even if we annihilate the law enforcement officers and the big clans, we still have to face the pursuit of the whole world. It's extremely vicious. Chu Yang said quietly, but if it were you, would you save them? They've helped me a lot. No matter what, I have to save them. Even if I die, I, Chu Yang, have lived my life with a clear conscience. If I don't save them, I can't get over this in my heart first. Save them. We have to save them. But we have to consider how to save them. How to save them. Only then is it safe. Even if we save them, they're bound to be in the same situation as us. Enemies of the whole world. Difficult to move. What should we do in the future? Dong Wushang pondered. Everyone felt that this was an incomprehensible situation. No matter what, it was already a foregone conclusion. Even if they saved them, how could they change the mindset of the whole world? This was something that they were absolutely powerless to do. To change the mindset of the whole world, unless... Chu Yang murmured. A sharp light flashed across his eyes. His right hand grabbed deeply into the wall. Unless what? Dong Wushang and Rue Butong asked at the same time. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. He sighed deeply. To change the mindset of the whole world, there was only one thing that could be done, and that was to expose his identity as the Tribulation Sword Master. Everyone knew that the Tribulation Sword Master was the savior of the heavenly realm. Anyone could completely overturn or even destroy the heavenly realm, but not the Tribulation Sword Master, because the Tribulation Sword Master was born to save the world. No matter how much killing was done, the Tribulation Sword Master only had one goal. That was to nourish the heavens. And law enforcement officers had always been the Tribulation Sword Master's helpers. If Chu Yang's identity was exposed, even the Dharma Supreme would not be able to stand. So, once Chu Yang's identity was exposed, it was equivalent to giving the Dharma Supreme a tight slap. From then on, the Dharma Supreme's reputation would be ruined, and the various rumors about the extraterrestrial demon would also collapse on their own. But could he expose his identity as the Tribulation Sword Master now? Chu Yang smiled bitterly in his heart. This was undoubtedly a fool's dream. If he exposed his identity now, there would only be one outcome. He would immediately be killed by the law enforcement officers and people from the big clans. Although there would be many experts dealing with an extraterrestrial demon like Chu Yang now, the real big shots would definitely not make a move. But if the identity of the Tribulation Sword Master was exposed, those big shots would definitely attack regardless of their identity. They would also kill Chu Yang. And now, Chu Yang had no power to fight back at all. The problem was that the Tribulation Swordmaster was immortal. So, if Chu Yang died, the rumors would naturally continue. The extraterrestrial demon actually dared to impersonate the Tribulation Swordmaster. In that case, except for a few people like Moon Breeze and a few others, everyone else would be killed by the crowd. And no matter how strong Moon Breeze and Wu Jueqing were, they could not slaughter the whole heavenly realm. So it was absolutely not advisable to expose his identity. But if he did not, he would be beaten everywhere. This matter had reached an awkward situation where there was no way forward and no way back. The situation now is that we are forced into a dead end. Advancing is a mountain of knives. Retreating is a sea of fire. Chu Yang said calmly, but there are some things that we must do. Tonight, attack the local branch of the Law Enforcement Hall. Chu Yang's eyes flashed with cold and sharp light. I want to know the specific route and the correct route of the escorting of Han Xiaoran, Sha Xinliang, and the others. He straightened his back and said lightly, there are some things that have to be done no matter what, even if it's life and death. But there are some times in life where life and death are no longer important. This chapter will make up for yesterday. I will add another chapter tomorrow. I will ask for a few monthly tickets. Now is a turning point in the plot. It's quite troublesome. I will take a small notebook and lay on the bed to make a detailed outline. Chapter 1162. In the afternoon, a rumor spread in the inn. The value of Chu Yang, the extraterrestrial demon, had been made clear. Whoever could capture or kill Chu Yang could be killed or captured alive. They could obtain the status of a law enforcement officer, a generation friendship, gold medal, jointly awarded by the big clans, and 10 million purple crystals. They could obtain the right to choose any martial technique from the law enforcement officer's arsenal. Everyone else also had a clear price tag. Everyone in the Chu clan also had a value. The value was different. All the blood payers in the world were netted at the same time. All the martial artists in the world were netted at the same time. They said that as long as the medicine banquet was successful, they would give me the status of a law enforcement officer. I didn't expect that not only was it not given, but it has also become my bounty. Chu Yang was depressed. That's right, this is too unfair. Rue Butong was also extremely depressed. We are all extraterrestrial demons. Why do you have so much? Well, the two of us only get 2 million purple crystals. And we don't get any other benefits? That's right. Dong Wushang was also very unhappy. Even if we can't be the same as you, we still have to divide the rewards. I don't have any objections if my value is set at 2 million. But why can Rue Butong be on the same level as me? We have to reduce his value by at least another 500,000. Rue Butong was furious. I don't have any objections if your value is higher than mine, but my value can't be reduced. You can raise your own net worth by 500,000. Dong Wushang said angrily, if it's increased by 500,000, won't it become 250? Do you think I don't know how to count? The two of them instantly glared at each other, like fighting cocks. They actually had internal conflicts over the amount of reward that others put on them. Towards these two guys, Chu Yang directly ignored them. He was wholeheartedly planning for tonight's action. The current Chu Yang missed Mo Tianji very much. Now he could only take one step at a time and make full use of his intelligence and wisdom. But he was powerless in the overall situation where everyone was his enemy. If Mo Tianji was here, Mo Tianji would first set the overall goal to turn the tables, and then push and act step by step until the end. You will realize that you have achieved your goal without anyone noticing. You have completely turned the situation around. Chu Yang sighed. He began to think with rapt attention. At present, he only had the strength of 3 people, but he wanted to attack the law enforcement division, which was located in the hinterland of the continent. This difficulty could be said to be high. This was already the territory of the Yi clan. The law enforcement branch hall must be filled with experts and heavily guarded. Also, after the incident of the extraterrestrial devils, Although the three of them had changed their appearances, anyone who was observant would know that they had arrived at this place. Therefore, the power of the law enforcement branch. They were definitely preparing to make a move at any moment. Wu Shang, Butong, we will do this. Then he drew a circle on the ground and stepped on it, one person in front, two behind, and so on. The eyes of the two lit up, and they gathered their heads together. They began to discuss. Chu Yang kept talking in a low voice, and the other two heads kept nodding. Yi Zhou Law Enforcement Branch. Recently, they had increased their strength by quite a lot. 2 first-grade supreme martial artists led 7 to 8 people here and passed down orders from the headquarters. They were stationed here as well. They were waiting for him to come and kill the extraterrestrial demon, Chu Yang, and the original head of the branch, Nyo Dafa. He became an errand boy to pass down orders. However, Nyo Dafa was happy to do it. He was only a second-grade martial saint, and 2 supreme martial artists came to make him an errand boy. What an honor. Therefore, Nyo Dafa was very excited. These few days he was very busy, shouting at the top of his lungs and sending his subordinates into a frenzy. Especially in the last 2 days, news from various sources indicated that the extraterrestrial demon Chu Yang had already arrived in Yizhou. This made everyone even more vigilant, as if they were facing a great enemy. Seeing that it was already evening, Nyo Dafa stood at the entrance of the hall with his hands behind his back, urging them to start eating. The supreme martial artists were all waiting. How could they delay? In an instant, the fragrance of wine and dishes wafted in the air. Delicacies were carried into the hall. The 2 supreme martial artists and their experts were all beaming with joy, and they made an exception to invite Nyo Dafa to eat together. Overjoyed, Nyo Dafa ran outside to wash his hands. Just as he was about to enter, he suddenly noticed the guard at the entrance shouting, "Who is it? Stop!" Nyo Dafa shuddered and turned to look. He saw an old man in a white robe at the entrance. His clothes were as white as snow, his hair was as white as snow, and his eyebrows were as white as snow. His eyes flashed like lightning, and he was imposing without being angry. With his hands behind his back, he walked over leisurely. He really had an indescribable elegance and calmness, and an indescribable indifference. Nyo Dafa couldn't help but frown. Why did an old man with a white beard come at this time? The old man walked up to them, and with his hands behind his back, he raised his head slightly and asked indifferently, "Is this the law enforcement hall?" Yes. The 4 martial kings guarding the hall were very depressed. Even if your eyesight is not good, just raise your head and look. The words Law Enforcement Hall of Yizhou are enough to dazzle your eyes, and you actually ask with your eyes wide open. The old man let out an indifferent "oh" and said arrogantly, "Who is the hall master of the Law Enforcement Hall? Ask him to come out and see me." The guards looked at him suspiciously, muttering in their hearts, "This old man is really arrogant. He actually wants the hall master to come out and see him. May I know who are you, senior?" The 2 guards asked nervously. The old man in white smiled faintly and recited slowly, "This body is always outside the blue sky. This heart is always accompanied by the sun and moon. If you ask for my name and surname, I am the most handsome man in heaven and on earth." After reciting these 4 lines that did not make any sense but were full of bullshit, the white-clothed old man looked at the 2 confused guards and said, "Why aren't you going?" The 2 guards only felt that their heads were filled with paste. "Fuck, I still don't understand these 4 lines that you recited. How do I report this?" Nyo Dafa looked from afar and increasingly felt that this old man was definitely an impressive figure. He walked over quickly, cupped his hands with a solemn expression, bowed, and said, "This brother, please." The old man in white rolled his eyes and shouted, "Stop! What did you call me? You actually dare to call me brother? You're really awesome." Nyo Dafa said in shock, "I'm Nyo Dafa. Brother, your name is Nyo Dafa?" This time, it was the old man in white who couldn't remain calm. He stretched his neck and stared at him with his eyes almost popping out. Then he realized that he had lost his composure and hurriedly retracted his neck. He coughed twice, stroked his beard, and rolled his eyes, saying that Nyo Dafa! Sai, this name is really… Forget it, I can only do so. I say, Nyo Dafa. Nyo Dafa also finally understood that the other party was not satisfied with the way he addressed him. He said humbly, Senior, please speak. That's more like it. The old man in white laughed. Nyo Dafa, let me ask you, is the matter of the extraterrestrial demon true? Nyo Dafa puffed out his chest. Of course it's true. I dare to guarantee with my integrity. I guarantee with my life. The old man in white rolled his eyes. What integrity do you have? Your life, how much is it worth? Do you have anyone with a higher status here? I seriously can't trust a slippery fellow like you. Nyo Dafa was embarrassed. He laughed dryly and said, I still don't understand Senior's identity. The white-robed old man stared at him with wide eyes. He stared at him and said in surprise, You didn't understand? Are you still from this heaven continent? What does this have to do with whether I'm from this heaven continent or not? Nyo Dafa cursed in his heart. He forced a smile on his face. Senior, please enlighten me. The old man in white looked at him angrily and said, I'll recite another poem. Listen carefully. As he spoke, he recited, I'd rather see a knife at the edge of the world than meet the corner of the sea. The knife at the edge of the world can break, but the hatred at the corner of the sea can't be quenched. After he finished reciting, he looked at Nyo Dafa complacently and said, Nyo Dafa, do you understand? Why aren't you trembling? Why aren't you worshipping? Nyo Dafa was even more confused. He said this. He racked his brains, but he couldn't think of such an earth-shattering figure in his memory or in the history of this heaven continent. Why didn't he have any impression at all? He thought hard. The other party was so strong, so he must have some backing. But where did he hear this name from? The old man in white was furious. He took a step forward and slapped Nyo Dafa across the face. Nyo Dafa only felt that he was seeing stars. He staggered and fell. He was actually hit with a somersault. The old man in white didn't want to let it go. He rushed forward and slapped Nyo Dafa relentlessly. He muttered, Nyo Dafa, you're really fucking awesome. How dare you say that you've never heard of me? I'll let you be awesome. Nyo Dafa had the cultivation of a martial saint, but he couldn't fight back under this old man's slaps. He couldn't even react. The sound of the slap was loud and clear. The two guards were stunned by what they saw. Where did this old man come from? He actually dared to beat up the hall master in the law enforcement hall. Stop! There was a shout from the front. Two old men in black were standing on the steps of the hall with their hands behind their backs. Their eyes were bright as they looked over. The old man in white continued to slap Nyo Dafa. Do you think I'll stop just because you say so? If I don't beat this audacious bastard to death today, I won't have the face to continue living in this world. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. He was slapping others while saying that he was angry. A figure flashed, and one of the old men in black floated over. He stretched out his hand and caught the old man in white's hand. He said lightly, Sir, if you don't stop now, it won't be pleasant. The old man in white snorted and looked at him from the corner of his eyes. He said, Wow, the five of you seem to have some status. Who are you? Tell me your name.